I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised yesterday by the member for Calgary Centre. The member contended that the decision taken by unanimous consent to adjourn the sitting of June 21st, 2022 constitutes a breach of his privileges. He noted that due to the technical difficulties with our video conferencing system, he was unable to participate in the proceedings of the House when this decision was made. He equated this matter with previous situations where members were prevented from physically accessing the chamber and asked that the chair find prima facie a question of privilege. Je remercie le député d'avoir.
I thank the member for raising this matter. As I indicated in my statement yesterday, the sitting of June 21st, 2022 was suspended due to a connectivity problem external to the House of Commons.
It's clear to the chair that there was no deliberate attempt to interfere with the member's ability to participate in the proceedings. When it was brought to the chair's attention that there was a widespread outage preventing members from participating, the sitting was suspended. Once it became apparent that it would not be possible to resolve the matter quickly, following discussions with representatives of all parties, the sitting was resumed to allow for a motion to adjourn to be presented. The motion was adopted with unanimous agreement of all members present. La présidence reconnaît que
The chair recognizes that the member was unable to provide his consent for that decision. It was specifically because some members could not participate that the House agreed to adjourn early. The decision was made with the express intent of protecting the rights of those members participating by video conference. Continuing to sit in those circumstances would have been more problematic for the privileges of members than deciding to adjourn.
Cannot find this matter constitutes a question of privilege. I thank all the members for their attention. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions. These returns will be tabled in electronic format, and while I'm on my feet, I would move, seconded by the member for Halifax, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Fillmore, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If members of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Thank you. I therefore declare the motion, call in the members.
The question is the following one. Monsieur Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Fillmore, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
que tous
All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Cara.
Cara.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
all those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Garron.
Monsieur Garron.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period.
Electronic voting period is ended, and the House will now await the end of the broadcasting of the votes. Oh, sorry. We've already done that. Okay, so, so the electronic voting has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they can now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
L'honorable député, Madame Bendayan. Tant pas, soit votre micro. Ben non, est-ce que vous pouvez monter avec votre pouce?
Elle est en sourdine.
Un pouce en haut. Madame Wagentall. Mr. Albus.
I vote against the motion, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Albus, against, contre.
Seeing no others, the table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 142, 142.
I declare the motion adopted. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in relation to consideration of government business number 19, I move, seconded by the Minister of Justice, that the debate be not further adjourned.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Lametti, moves that the debate be not further adjourned.
What is that's weird.
Conformément à l'article 67.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I would invite members who wish to ask questions to rise or use the raise hand function so the chair has an idea of the number of members who wish to speak.
Yeah. Given the amount of members that are wishing to participate, I want to just make it very clear that if that I won't be recognizing it by party. I will actually scan, but however, if the same person is getting up all the time from the same party and others have not spoken, I will be going to those who have not spoken. Debate. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Madam Speaker, if this wasn't so sad, it would actually be funny, but it's not. What the Government House Leader is proposing is that we return to a hybrid system in the fall when there are no other legislatures in Canada, provincially, territorially, no other legislatures around the world, not even the mother parliament that returned to an in-person, non-hybrid sitting last July, is doing what this Government House Leader is doing, complicit with his NDP partner, the NDP House Leader. Madam Speaker, there's no reason why we can't revisit this in August or September. If there's a need to go back to hybrid parliament, then we can agree to do that, but to preclude it now. And the argument that I've heard from the Government House Leader and the NDP House Leader, who, by the way, must think they're doctors, Dr. NDP House Leader and Dr. Government House Leader, are predicting some sort of variant that's coming in the fall. Well, obviously, they're the world's preeminent immunologists, virologists, and epidemiologists, because public health in this country is saying that we have to return to normal. There's no reason why we're doing this. Why is the government forcing us back to hybrid? That's all it is. Hide from accountability, hide from transparency. They want to hide and not be accountable to Canadians and the voices that sent us here.
The Honourable House Leader.
Well,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the angrier somebody gets, the more it reflects on their position as opposed to the circumstance that we're debating. Let's take a step back for a second. The measures that the member is talking about, if he is opposed to them, is something that he and his colleagues don't have to use. That if they want to not use the hybrid provisions, then they can't. And I'm sure when the vote happens later today, that we will see that all Conservative members will be here in the seats. I'm sure all members will be voting in person after that impassioned speech about how terrible these measures are. In question period today, we'll see every single member of the Conservative Party here. We're going to see every vote taken because, of course, this is a terrible affront to democracy. Right? The anger is real, right? So because that anger is so real, we're going to see them all here. But of course, Madam Speaker, here is what has happened. When we went back at the beginning of the pandemic, of course, we had no idea what was going to happen. We developed provisions that would give us the flexibility.
I've indicated how I would do this, and I would just ask members to please, give the respect to the person the parliamentarian who has the floor. There is 27 minutes for questions and comments left, 27 and a half, and I would just say that there's plenty of time for others to ask questions or make comments. So please hold your voices till then. The Honourable Government House Leader, if he could wrap it up so I can get to the next question.
I'm sure there'll be many more questions, Madam Speaker, so I can come back to this. But what I will say is that instead of debating this again and again, what we've given Parliament is stability for the next year and given PROC, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the opportunity to look at what may or may not be used beyond that. That provides stability and clarity. It gives us an opportunity to look at what worked, and that's the right way to go.
And I'm still hearing voices, and I shouldn't be. So please hold off on that. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I haven't heard many arguments from the Government House Leader. What I don't understand in the attitude of this government is this urgency to make a decision about hybrid parliament at a time when health measures have been loosened, for example, in transportation, even though that could potentially cause the most problems. So I don't understand why today, at a time when cases are not rising, I feel that this is a decision that could be made when we get back. But apparently, no, we have to urgently make a decision about hybrid parliament today. Whereas that really isn't what we should be doing. This is the House of the people. I'd like to hear arguments in favor of this, but I haven't heard any from the Government House Leader.
Honorable Leader du Gouvernement.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Cette semaine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, in the current context, there are many MPs who have COVID-19. And so the only way for those members to participate in debates and vote in Parliament, the only way for them to do that is to use the hybrid system. The pandemic is not over. People are still, unfortunately, dying on a daily basis. It's a serious situation. So with the flexibility here, members can either use the hybrid system or not. And over time, if the situation improves and people don't want to use the hybrid system, each member can make that choice. There is no obligation to use the hybrid system. Unfortunately, or if there were an unfortunate change like we saw with Omicron, we'll have the flexibility we need to adapt. And that's exactly what this motion is aiming to do.
Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I mean, it's crazy, the over-the-top opposition by the Conservatives to what is a good common sense measure, given all of the things that the Government House Leader has said about the importance of actually having parliamentarians being able to participate, even if they are sick with COVID, even if they are unable to be in this House. Their constituents don't lose their voice, and their constituents don't lose their vote. Those are important things. But we saw last night the unfortunate spectacle of the Conservatives monopolizing the entire debate on this issue, refusing to hear from any other party, refusing to yield the floor so that others could speak on this issue. So I'd like to ask the government House Leader, is this measure today in part because the Conservatives have been so selfish in trying to monopolize all of the House time and refusing to allow other voices to speak on this important motion?
Again, I seem to have the same offenders over and over again on the fact that they keep heckling and yelling. I would just say, if it's not your time to speak, then you shouldn't be speaking. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite, the Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party, for his question. And I think that we all need to take a step back here, okay? That what is being talked about is continuing something that we've had for the last 2 years, that's given us incredible flexibility to represent our constituents as people have been ill. That just last week we had 5 members. We have many members this week who have COVID, and they're continuing to able to represent their constituents. And this is going to be for a year. Now, if you're really, really against it, and I'm hearing some people who really don't like it, and that's fair, there's going to be the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that's going to look at whether or not we use these provisions outside of a pandemic or inside them. But it's for a year, folks. We have a committee that's going to be looking at it, where all of the concerns about, people are very passionate about this, that it should be used outside of a pandemic, that it shouldn't be used outside of a pandemic. We need a parliamentary process to adjudicate that, to look at its relative merits. But how upset folks are getting, I just don't think is in line with what's here actually in front of us today, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kings Hands.
Look, as I've sat and listened to this debate, the Conservatives have obviously expressed their concern this is somehow a deficit for democracy. As I watched the vote, there was a number of Conservatives that were using the tools that have been made available to us. What I haven't heard, and I'd be interested to hear from the House Leader on this, is I haven't heard any constructive proposals about how we can balance using virtual tools, but also making sure that the opposition feels like there is legitimate ability to hold the government to account, which I think arguably is already there. They have some concern, but there's been no constructive debate. And I presume that is something that can go on at PROC, so that we can say, look, we've been able to use these tools, but at the same time, if there's ways that we can continue to make sure the government is accountable to all parliamentarians in this place, that's the place to do it. Can he elaborate a little bit on how he sees that process playing out?
House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend and colleague for his question. He's absolutely right. I think that there is now the first thing, the point that I would make is that in talking with all opposition parties, I've been clear from the onset that I'm open to any ideas on how to improve any concerns that they have. Now, unfortunately, what came back was nothing, just that there was opposition to it. We're going to continue to ask for ways for this to be improved over in the near term as we continue to try to have flexibility in a pandemic. We're an enormously large country. We don't want somebody who is sick to be in a position where they have to make a choice of whether or not they represent their constituents or whether or not.
We have a point of order, the Honourable Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And regarding a statement that the government House Leader just made regarding receiving no feedback from opposition parties related to hybrid parliament.
On a point of order, that is a point. That's a point of discussion, debate, and I would ask the member to rise to ask that question should he need to. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary needs to wrap up.
I once was a parliamentary secretary and loved that role.
Government House Leader.
I will say that when I'm talking about feedback, let me be very clear. Just telling me that you're opposed to it, I get that. You're opposed to it. There's going to be an opportunity at PROC to talk about, the reasons you're opposed to it on an ongoing basis, and we'll have a vigorous debate. But what I'm interested in is specific, concrete examples of what can be done to improve. And I have heard nothing on that front, and of course, welcome that.
Comments, the Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My understanding right now is we're not actually debating the motion, but the closure on the motion. I understand we're also on the last day of the standing orders of our current approach. What I'd appreciate hearing from the government House Leader is just a reasonable explanation of why he feels closure is necessary at this time. Thank you.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I think for a couple of reasons. The first is we've got to make a determination on this so that we can move forward with stability for Parliament. This is for a year. It also gives an opportunity for PROC to take a look at it and to examine the relative merits of it. And that we have debated this ad nauseum. I see the Honourable former House Leader across from me for the Conservative Party and how many conversations we had leading into sessions, how many conversations I have with the current House Leader on it. Every time we try to open this place, we spend weeks talking about this. And what gets reported to the media is a discussion, will Parliament have hybrid, will it not? Instead of talking about the critical issues of the day, we have this protracted debate on whether or not hybrid is something that we should use in the middle of a pandemic. So all I'm saying in this is let's give it a year. Let's make sure that while we have this uncertainty, that we have a stable system in place, and then let's use a parliamentary committee to evaluate its utility or lack of utility outside of a pandemic circumstance.
Questions and comments? The Honourman for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, what I see from the Liberals is they want to hide from accountability and transparency behind computer screens when we hear public health officials telling us that we are moving out of the pandemic. The rest of the world has moved back to working like normal. We have an institution here. It's an institution. We've been in this place for over 150 years. We've been able to keep Parliament going when people had other illnesses for many years or worse. And so why do the Liberals want to continue to hide from democracy and hide behind the screen instead of being here in person in this place where people from my riding of Lambton Kent Middlesex elected me to be? We should be in this place, and we should not be, when we have rural internet connectivity problems in places like my riding where we have unstable internet, it doesn't work. So we need to be in this place. It's worked for over 150 years, and we need to keep being here.
Honourable House Leader, Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, the institutions of Parliament, which we hold incredibly dear, which every single person who is here, and I know that, every single person who is here has a profound regard for our democratic processes and systems and want to see it be successful. And I can go back to the beginning of the pandemic to how constructive the conversations were with all parties on the need for Parliament to adapt and provide additional provisions. And now, as we continue to be in a pandemic, and as we don't know where that pandemic will go, none of us is clairvoyant, that this provides us stability. And if the member opposite thinks that some element is not as accountable as some other element, then there's going to be an opportunity to debate that. That is not an opinion that is shared universally. How a question is answered, I understand, is a concern for the member opposite, but so too is a concern for a member who isn't able to participate in debate because they're sick. So too is the opportunity for somebody not to make a choice between representing their constituents or coming in sick and potentially getting others sick and then having that sent all around the country, or working virtually. And so
questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the questions and answers, and I realize that this is really an empty debate. Measures to keep Parliament working during the pandemic were a good idea during the pandemic, but we're gradually emerging from the pandemic, and as time goes on, we'll probably emerge even further from it. Of all the important topics, the one that seems to be monopolizing our work today, according to the government, the most important thing is to talk about extending hybrid Parliament for a year. But something we could do when we could come back. This could wait until we come back in September. I know some people would like to stay at home in their armchairs because they live far away, but that's not a good reason, Madam Speaker, to extend this hybrid Parliament. I'd like to hear a good reason for talking about this today, when we could reasonably do that in the fall, when we have a clearer picture of the situation. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Government House Leader.
Guy over there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Obviously, everyone wants the pandemic to be over, but it isn't. It's still ongoing. That's the reality. It's a fact. So we want to stay flexible, because it's so important for every member in this place to have the ability to represent their constituents. And that is why we need a system that is as flexible as the hybrid mode. And I think for members opposite, normally the House of Commons would have adjourned a day before now. Today is an extraordinary day. So it's good to use a day that normally wouldn't be used at all to finish this debate so that we can continue our work in the fall without distraction. Thank you.
Center?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We've discussed this a lot in the House, and one of the things that I've heard often is that people that are working online are not working, and I've heard this from the Conservatives yet. As I work online today, I see a number of Conservatives online. I'm wondering, if they, are calling out their own members for the same. We have worked hard during the pandemic. Particularly for women, this is an opportunity to get more women in politics. This is also an opportunity to do our part to tackle the climate crisis by ensuring that members don't have to travel back and forth. We are in a climate emergency, and I'm wondering if the Honourable House Leader could comment on that.
I know there's others that are trying to answer, but it's not their time to answer. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her question. I'm glad that members have had the opportunity to utilize these provisions, and obviously we are learning from them. And today there are many Conservatives using these provisions online. As we have a vote later on today, there will be many Conservatives who are using that application. So all members have in some form or another used these provisions and continue to use them today. And so it's clear that within all caucuses there's a variety of opinions about what does or does not work about this. And that's why we should use this extraordinary day. This is a day that Parliament normally does not sit. Normally we would be home in our constituencies. We're here longer than we usually are so that we can adjudicate this, give ourselves a year, and so this impassioned debate on both sides can appropriately take place at PROC in terms of whether or not we use these provisions outside of the pandemic circumstance.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. The Honourable House Leader wants to have dialogue. Here's some dialogue. This is supposed to be predicated on COVID. And what we see on this side of the House is that being used as an excuse not to be here. We see people who are here in the morning and then on video in the afternoon and then here the next morning. After question period, we see, especially on the front benches, people rush out in order to vote remotely. Where is the respect for this place that you can't even vote from your seat after having been here for question period? So if the Honourable Government House Leader wants a suggestion, how about this? If you have a concern about COVID, then stay home and use it remotely. If it doesn't have to do with COVID, why aren't you here?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And perhaps the member can ask members of his own caucus who are participating virtually today, who will be voting virtually today, that question to his members in his own caucus about why they're using it and about why they find it useful. And perhaps he can level those criticisms at his caucus.
I have the Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader for the Senate who are going back and forth. I would just ask them to if they want to have conversations, they can step out to have those conversations. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Again, I would just reiterate, I understand that there are passions that are very high on this on both sides. We all care about representing our constituents. We all care about this place. We all have a deep love of democracy that brings us to this place and has us make great sacrifices in the name of serving our constituents. And some believe very passionately, as the member opposite does, that they don't want to see this continue. I certainly don't want the pandemic to continue. We're certainly in it. But this gives us the stability over the next year to remain flexible, for members to use these provisions or not as they wish. And then it allows a parliamentary committee to look at the hereafter. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel both sad and disrespected this morning in the House. Today is June 23rd. It's the eve of the Quebec national holiday, and because of the Liberal government's incompetence in managing its legislative agenda and the obstruction by the Conservatives, there are many Quebec members here today who will not be able to get back to their ridings on time for the national holiday. And I get the feeling more and more over the past weeks that I've been rising more often in the House to talk about whether or not we're going to be able to debate rather than debating about things that will actually help Canadians. It's very sad. I feel disrespected as a Quebec member this morning here in this House. The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. But that's a bit strange because the calendar was set a year ago, and at that time, the Bloc Québécois chose to sit today. This is not an additional day of sitting. It's not a surprise, not at all. If there's a problem with today, if there's a problem with June 23rd, why did the Bloc not express a problem when the calendar was set? This is very strange to me. The Bloc gets so angry when Parliament's sitting. So this is all bizarre to me. I do not understand that argument at all. Questions and comments?
Report Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just have to say, this is such an ableist debate that we are having. Even yesterday, some of the ableist language, it's just gut-wrenching. I just wonder what this debate would look like if 338 of us were immune-compromised, had comorbidities, or had a child, a family member that lived with them in their house that was going through stem cell transplants, chemotherapy, or any kind of life-critical illness. I've been in rooms with people I know whose spouse has been going through stem cell transfer and have been forced to arrive in this place because they are a staff person. Because we are here in our ableist space, expecting those that support us to come here and do this work. And the last thing I would want to do as an MP if I was sick or someone in my family was sick is to come to this place and make a staff person sick that is dealing with some sort of life-critical thing at home. So I just want to say that this has been really disappointing. As the member for Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra, who has a number of people in their riding that would die if they caught COVID-19, and they deal with this all of the time, this ableist language, and I'm just so over it. Maybe the member...
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the member opposite makes an excellent point, and I thank her for her question. There are many members of Parliament who have different statuses of health. As a former whip, I spent over 3 years, and I think there's a couple of things as whip you learn. One is how hard it is to be a human being. That there are so many stories that we don't hear about what one another is going through, and I have tremendous sympathy for all members of Parliament and the sacrifices that they make. And secondly, that there has to be an opportunity for those that are ill in a pandemic, who have other illnesses or are immunocompromised, to have circumstances to continue to represent their constituents. And I think the honourable member is absolutely correct. And I'll make this last point on this question, Madam Speaker. I see a child in the chamber, which I love. You know, it was not long ago when I was elected in 2004 that would have been considered abhorrent. That having a child in this chamber would have been considered disrespectful to the place, when members would have talked in the lobby about how disgusting and disrespectful it was to have a child in the House. And I heard that. People saying they would never allow that somebody talking about it is disrespectful to the place and destroys it. But our institutions evolve as our compassion and our understanding for one another evolves. And that is what this is about, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I appreciate some of the comments that are made, and I appreciate the flexibility of sometimes being able to bring my infant into this chamber due to the long hours that we work and some of the struggles that we have as parliamentarians. The fact that this is being rammed through in the last couple days of parliamentary session without any real opportunity for debate is abhorrent. It is not okay. If the members opposite truly want to fix things, let's actually have some conversation. Let's not just band-aid this across. Let's have some serious conversations in September so we can fix the problem rather than just creating more band-aids, because that's all this solution does. Every other parliamentary system in Canada has already gone back to in-person. There are so many wins that can be had by having these conversations all over. I really think that what we are doing right now is hurting democracy because we have not had adequate debate. So I would urge all members in this chamber that while there are some very good arguments, we haven't been able to have time to actually study this to make sure that we're doing the best thing for Canadians.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the member opposite, I say, first of all, I'm very glad to see her be able to bring her child into the chamber. And I'm very glad that we have provisions that recognize that the responsibilities of being a parent are extraordinarily difficult, and they are the most important functions that we ever will take on in our lives. And there has to be primacy to that, and I respect that she sees that, and that all members in this House, whether they have a child or don't, feel that way. We, of course, have been debating this for 2 years. We have had an opportunity over every time a session of Parliament began, in the media and in the House, in the Board of Internal Economy. We've had extensive debates. And exactly what I'm saying is, let's take a year while we're still in a pandemic, to hold these provisions and then have a separate debate about what's going to happen. But, Madam Speaker, I would just point out one thing, then it's confusing to me. In the last vote on orders of the day, 66 Conservative members voted remotely. 44 voted in person.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, I have learned something today, that the national holiday that is traditionally celebrated on the 23rd and the 24th, and yes, in general, on the 23rd, the House doesn't sit. It's only happened a few times in history when there was an emergency. The 23rd is for emergencies. This motion could easily have been tabled earlier. There was lots of time. The Bloc has always been cooperative. On C-14, we freed up 2 days to allow this Parliament to finish on a Wednesday and leave Quebecers from the Bloc and other parties the opportunity to go and celebrate with our people. That was a legitimate request. This government refused vehemently to allow Quebecers to celebrate this evening and tomorrow. We asked either for Thursday to be dropped or for us to be allowed at least to be back home for the national holiday. And this government said no. Would it have been the same if this was on June 30th? The Honourable Government House Leader.
We had the opportunity to review the calendar, and that included the 23rd. There was no objection whatsoever made about the 23rd of June being included. At that point in time, the calendar was approved with unanimity that we would sit all of those days. That is not, there is no, nothing that promised that we were going to leave early. I never said to my constituents, this is the calendar, but maybe we won't fulfill the calendar. And most of us can have hopes that the calendar won't go to the end. But if there's a serious problem, why would...
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie asked a question and now appears to be debating with someone else. I'm sure he'd like to listen to the answer. The Honourable Government House Leader, I would ask perhaps to finish his answer so that there can be time for one more short question before the 30 minutes is up.
That the 23rd was a problem. It's literally the first I've ever heard. I would just say that for future calendars, if the Bloc sees this as a problem, they shouldn't agree for the day to be set.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable, l'Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and Treasury Board.
Let's ask a very quick question, series of quick questions. Can the Honourable House Leader tell us, is the pandemic over? Does the Honourable Member have the ability to determine whether or not the pandemic rates are going to go up or go down? And is this really just an insurance policy to make sure that the House has the flexibility to ensure that all members of Parliament can continue representing their constituents in this place?
A brief answer from the Honourable Government House Leader.
I appreciate the question from my friend and colleague. Yes, of course, the pandemic isn't over. In fact, I'll just point to what happened in November and December. The Conservatives at that time were demanding an end to hybrid. They said the pandemic was over. There was no need for these provisions, that they were a waste of time, that we were making up something, that there could be the possibility of something else. And then, of course, Omicron hit. And when Omicron hit, we all, of course, had to use the hybrid provisions and move back to a different state. That is exactly what this flexibility allows. And of course, nobody is forced to use these provisions. They're more than welcome to not use them if they wish.
Sorry, the time is up. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time to put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Holland, appuyé par Monsieur Lemaitre.
The question is the following. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Lemaitre, moves that with respect to motion number 19, the debate not be further adjourned.
President in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to request a recorded division.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mr. Lametti, moved that in relations to the consideration of government business, number 19, the debate not be further adjourned. La période de 10 minutes pour les
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Dentel. Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Martel,
Monsieur Martel,
Monsieur Généreux,
Monsieur Généreux,
Mr. Dreeshen,
Mr. Dreeshen,
Mr. McGuire,
Mr. McGuire,
Mr. Abultaif,
Mr. Aboutia,
Mr. Arnold,
Mr. Arnold,
Mr. Cooper,
Mr. Cooper,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Wall,
Mr. Weber,
Mr. Weber,
Mr. Motts,
Mr. Motts,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry,
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Currick,
Mr. Currick,
Mr. Mazer,
Mr. Mazer,
Mr. Morantz,
Mr. Morant,
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Redicott,
Mr. Redicott,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Van Popta,
Van Popta,
Mr. Chambers,
Mr. Chambers,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Williams,
Mr. Williams,
Monsieur Terrien,
Monsieur Terrien,
Monsieur Champoux,
Monsieur Champoux,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Thériault,
Monsieur Thériault,
Monsieur Trudel,
Monsieur Trudel,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Island.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If any members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame Bandayan, pour 4.
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion carried.
I declare the motion disgraceful.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business, resuming consideration of government motion number 19, order respecting the business of the House and its committees.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to continue on this very important debate, unfortunately under different circumstances than they were last night. Obviously, the government, by invoking closure on this motion, is really looking to limit any further debate on this, censor members of Parliament who've been elected in this place. Millions of voices on this side, 119 members, and yet just in a couple hours of debate, we're going to determine shortly about the continuation of a hybrid parliament into the fall. Just to recap what I said last night, Mr. Speaker, there are no other legislatures in this country, provincially, territorially, no other legislatures around the world, not even the mother parliament in Great Britain are into a hybrid system. It's all in-person sitting at this point. In fact, the mother parliament last July went back to in-person sitting. So we are going to be the only outlier, not just within the Commonwealth, but globally, about using a hybrid system. And why are we at this point, Mr. Speaker? The government House Leader and his partner in the NDP have decided that this is the direction that we're going to go with this coalition agreement. In the absence of any science, any evidence, any form of decision-making that we should be making, it's just they are just arbitrarily and unilaterally deciding that this is the direction that we're going to go. I've heard the argument from both of them that somehow, as I said earlier, there's this southern hemispheric variant that's coming in. The doctor, government House Leader, and the doctor in the NDP suggest that somehow they know more than what public health officials know. Well, newsflash, Mr. Speaker, public health officials and governments across this country have eliminated mandates. They've eliminated mask mandates, and they've also returned to normal within their legislature. So why we're an outlier? I guess perhaps the most world-renowned epidemiologists, virologists, and immunologists, the doctor and the government House Leader and the doctor and the NDP figure out that we are different in this place than the rest of the country. But it comes down to one simple thing, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many in our caucus, that they have complete contempt for this place as an institution. They have complete contempt for Parliament. They see it as a nuisance. They see it as something that gets in the way of their ideological agenda. They, and certainly this government has proven it over time, Mr. Speaker, that they've shown contempt for this Parliament. There's been various motions that have been presented. I remember at the start of the pandemic one of the first orders of business coming into the pandemic was the proposal of a piece of legislation by this government that would have given them entire spending powers and taxing powers until January of 2022. And if it hadn't have been, think of the consequence of that they were effectively going to seize control of this place, to make the opposition parties and the millions of people that elected members of parliament to represent them in this place, they were effectively going to make them irrelevant at that point and seize complete control of parliament, giving itself, the government, complete taxing and spending powers. And if it wasn't for the opposition, and if it wasn't for the voices of millions of Canadians and the media at that time, calling into question what the government's motives were, we might have been in a situation where they would have seized entire control of this place. This is how little respect they have for Parliament. This is how little respect they have for our democratic institutions. And there were other cases as well. Mr. Speaker, you'll recall Motion 6 in the last Parliament, where they tried again to seize the operational control of this place, making the opposition irrelevant. Motion 11, another one, where we've effectively had conservatives debating conservatives in extended evening sessions, where the government hasn't even participated, and they say that it was to extend debate, but how can it be about extending debate when they weren't even participating in the process at all? And then, of course, this with Motion 19, where they are once again seizing control of where this place is going to be in September and how it's going to operate. And Mr. Speaker, just a couple of weeks ago, I sent a letter to the government House Leader and the other House Leaders, and a letter that you received as well, with what I thought were very reasonable and practical solutions on how this place can get back to some sense of normalcy. If we're not signaling to Canadians that we're getting back to normal from this place, then what type of message are we sending, Mr. Speaker? And the reasonable and practical solutions that I proposed was looking at this in August or September, coming back and saying, okay, well, if there's some Southern Hemisphere variant, as the government House Leader and his partner in the NDP are suggesting is going to be here, then why not revisit this in August and September? We've proven over the last couple of years that we've got the tools, that we can flip the switch if we need to. And the government's argument to that is we need certainty. Well, there is certainty. There's certainty in the land right now because we're seeing the lifting of public health guidelines, masking mandates, vaccine mandates. So I don't know what evidence or what science they're looking at, but it's certainly nothing that they're sharing with us or our colleagues in the Bloc or any other parties, for example, that we can make an informed decision on, Mr. Speaker. But it's just an arbitrary method to just completely seize control of this place, as is the pattern that they have shown in the past. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, it's really diminishing the value of our democratic institutions. You know, this is a government, quite frankly, that doesn't want an opposition. They want an audience. The Prime Minister has shown his contempt for this place. He's shown his contempt for our institutions. He's shown contempt for the opposition parties. And no greater example of that, Mr. Speaker, is some of the scandals that have been going on, that have gone on. The current scandal, where institutions be damned. The lines of differentiation between the executive branch and the government and our institutions that are supposed to function independently of government and the executive branch be damned. This government has proven time and time again that they're going to interfere in the institutions that Canadians hold so dear. And we are seeing a diminishment in those institutions, Mr. Speaker, and we're certainly seeing a decline in our democracy. And as I said last night, even the pundits are suggesting that it's time to get back to normal here. Even the pundits are saying, Mr. Speaker, that this is done. This is over. And we need to return to normal, to signal to the rest of Canadians, if not from this place we're returning to normal, then what is that signal that we're sending? And we can't live in perpetual fear. We can't live in a state where the government is inciting this fear upon its citizens. Let's look at where we're at in September and make a decision then, Mr. Speaker. This week we could have been dealing with many other issues. I'm going to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this is a country in chaos right now. When you see what's happening with inflation and the affordability crisis that is facing Canadians, when you look at the passport situation and the fiasco that's going on there, when you look at other factors, not the least of which is what we're hearing out of Nova Scotia, and the fact that this government, the Prime Minister's office and the Public Safety Minister's office, were interfering with an active investigation. And the scandals that have gone on in the past, Mr. Speaker, we could have been dealing with many other issues rather than dealing with some speculative issue that's going to happen based on a prediction by the government House Leader and his buddy in the NDP. We could have been dealing and seized with these issues. We could have been providing solutions so that we can help Canadians who are facing this affordability crisis right now. I would suggest that Conservatives have done that many times in the past, Mr. Speaker. Over the course of the last several months, we've proposed solutions like lowering taxes, lowering gas taxes, getting rid of the carbon tax to make life more affordable to Canadians. And every single time, those proposals have been rejected by this government. So we have proven time and time again that we want to find solutions and work to help Canadians. And in that time that the government has rejected our proposals, since the coalition agreement between the NDP and the Liberals has taken effect, the NDP have voted 95% of the time with the Liberals to reject those proposals. Wow. This is a party that used to stand up for working families. This is a party that the NDP used to stand up for principles. When they had members in their party that actually had a moral compass system, they had values, and they stood up for what was right or wrong, and now they're standing up every single time with these Liberals. Shameful. And they did that because of promises. This is a government, Mr. Speaker, that cannot even deliver the most basic services in this country. Exactly. And yet the NDP signed a deal with this government proposing that dental care and pharmacare are going to happen. Now think about that, Madam Speaker. They can't even deliver the most basic services, and the NDP is depending on this government to implement complicated systems like that. Boy, have they been sold a bill of goods. And they've sold their values and their morals, the things that they used to stand for in this place of what was right and what was wrong. They've sold those values, Madam Speaker, on a wing and a prayer. And I have news for the NDP. If this government can't even deliver basic services to Canadians, how are they going to expect them to deliver on their promises when they sign this deal as a coalition government? Canadians will be waiting a long time for that. But in the meantime, Madam Speaker, what the NDP has done by this, and you can see it in question period, and I got to tell you, it's gross. When you see the NDP asking this government questions on accountability issues and yet supporting them on every aspect of what they're doing, at least 95% of the time, it's actually gross to see. That's right. If the NDP had followed the people before them, like Tom Mulcair, who used to stand on values and principles in this place, who used to actually act like an opposition, and others like Jack Layton, and others like Tommy Douglas, who fought for working Canadians. Where has that NDP gone? Well, I'll make a prediction to you right now, Madam Speaker, that NDP party is heading into an abyss of irrelevance because of this deal that they made with the Liberal government. And they continue to prop them up, and they will continue going forward to prop them up on all of the issues of corruption, on all of the issues of cronyism, of all of the issues of political interference, of not fulfilling their promises, of not living up to what they promised Canadians, not the least of which was electoral reform. That should have been a signal to this government. He doesn't like what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, so he's...
Order the honourable government House Leader.
Just parliamentary secretary to the government.
Mojo back.
Madam Speaker, I have no problem debating this issue with the member. However, what we're debating right now is hybrid parliament, and for the last at least 5 to 7 minutes, he's been off talking about a relationship between the...
Il n'y a pas d'interprétation? Oh, your mic is... yes. So for those who were trying to figure out what was going on, is that the honourable member's earpiece was too close to the mic, so it was hard for the interpretation. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I apologize for that, Madam Speaker, and in particular to the interpreters, my apology for that. It's certainly not the first time, but I apologize. Madam Speaker, the members for the last 7 or 8 minutes has been talking about not this motion. I'm wondering if perhaps you could gently encourage him to get back on topic.
I do want to remind members that there is some flexibility when it comes to debates, but I do want to also remind members that they should be talking about the matter that is before the House, and I'm sure that the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader will bring it back to the topic at hand.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is very relevant, and it's not lost on me that every time any member on this side, and even the Bloc Québécois for that matter, starts saying things that he doesn't like, that he jumps up on a point of order just to disrupt the interaction. But that's too bad. If he doesn't like what I have to say, too bad. Madam Speaker, how much time have I got? 6.5 minutes. Oh. Madam Speaker, I do want to focus on a couple of other things as well, and this is critical in this whole debate on whether we return to a hybrid system in the fall. And I think what's not being taken into account, and I know, Madam Speaker, that you are fully aware of this, that there has been increases in injuries in the Interpretation Bureau. We have received reports, numerous reports over the last several years, that there's been a 9-fold increase on those people who work so hard to ensure that we have world-class interpretation in this place. And when I say world-class, Madam Speaker, it's unlike any other around the world. We're seeing increased workplace injuries. We've been told that those workplace injuries are going to continue as long as we continue with the hybrid, both here in the House and at committee. And why we are jeopardizing the health and safety, and why the government and the NDP is proposing to jeopardize the health and safety of our Interpretation Bureau is beyond me, especially since the warning signs and those warning signals have been sent. And we're seeing a diminishing pool of interpreters, not the least of which the reason is that because of these workplace injuries that are happening. And so it puts at risk, Madam Speaker, for all of us, and especially those who are Francophone in this place and those who listen in who are Francophone, it puts at risk the bilingualism component of our Parliament and actually calls into question the future of bilingualism in the ability of interpreters to relay what's going on to Francophone Canadians. And so I think that needs to be considered. It strongly needs to be considered as we consider moving into this hybrid parliament format going forward, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, it's no surprise to you, it should be no surprise to you that we want to signal to Canadians that we are getting back to some sense of normalcy. There's no reason, there's no science, there's no evidence, there's no rationale as to why we are dealing with this in the waning hours of this session of Parliament, all because the government House Leader and the NDP House Leader don't want to return to normal. That's the only alternative. They want a continuation of a decline in this institution and the relevance of this institution by having ministers, by having members not being here. And it's sad, Madam Speaker. You know, I wear this around my wrist. It's lest we forget, to remind myself, and I've said this before in this place, I often think about the lives that have been lost, the families that have been decimated by war, those who have defended our country in faraway lands, to allow us all the privilege to sit in our symbol of democracy. They didn't fight so we can sit on Zoom. They didn't fight so ministers can hide from accountability, Madam Speaker. They didn't fight to see a decline in our democracy. They fought to strengthen our democracy and to assure that it was sustainable for years to come. And with these type of efforts, Madam Speaker, and what the government is proposing, it's actually limiting and declining our democratic institution. Now, I know the government's going to argue otherwise, but we've seen it. We've seen it. We've seen a lack of accountability, transparency. We've seen the government hide using the tools. We saw it at C11. We saw the chaos that ensued at committee when the chair of that committee was sitting in her living room trying to manage what it was a complicated and substantive bill, hundreds of amendments trying to deal with it. It's done. It's over. Its time has come. It served a purpose at the time, Madam Speaker, but it serves a purpose no more. When every other Canadian, when no other legislatures in this country, provincially, territorially, or around the world, are using a hybrid system. It's done. It's over. Madam Speaker, in the time that I have left, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Fundy Royal, that the motion be amended. A, in paragraph I, by deleting all the words after the words motion is adopted and substituting the following or adopted on division, provided that precedence shall be given to a request for recorded division, followed by an indication the motion is adopted on division. B, in paragraph P, by adding after the word video conference, the following, provided that members participating remotely be in Canada. 2, by adding after the words resources for meetings shall the following, subject to the provisions of paragraph J of the order adopted on Monday, May 16, 2022. 3, by adding after subparagraph 4 the following, 6, any proceedings before a committee in relation to a motion to exercise the committee's power to send for persons, papers, and records shall, if not previously disposed of, be interrupted upon the earlier of the completion of 4 hours of consideration or 1 sitting week after the motion was first moved, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the motion shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and C, in paragraph Q, 1, by deleting all the words in subparagraph 2 and substituting the following. Members participating remotely shall be in Canada and shall be counted for the purpose of quorum. 2, by adding after subparagraph 5 the following. 6, any proceedings before the committee in relation to a motion to exercise the committee's power to send for persons, papers, and records shall, if not previously disposed of, be interrupted upon the earlier of the completion of 4 hours of consideration or 1 sitting week after the motion was first moved, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the motion shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate and amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Juste le formulaire. Je n'ai pas besoin de dire, monsieur. Concernant l'amendement... Order, I'm sure that everyone wants to hear my decision on this here. Concernant...
With regards to the amendment put forward, the Chair is of a mind that there are 2 sections that have to do with powers granted to committee. More specifically, it describes a procedure that would allow the committee to exert the power conferred to it to summons witnesses and to compel that documents be published.
Are foreign to the substance of motion, which is to regulate the conduct of hybrid proceedings both for the Chamber and for committees. Accordingly, I unfortunately have to rule the amendment out of order in its current form. We will now proceed to questions and comments. I thank the members for their attention. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for King's Hands.
I listened to the honourable House Leader's, opposition House Leader's remarks today. A couple of reflections and a question for him. I would have much more sympathy for the Conservative position on this if I would have saw 121 members sitting in their seat when the vote took place this morning. That did not happen. I would have more sympathy if I looked over during question period and I saw every member of the Conservative caucus being a part of the debate.
Point of order, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, as you have referenced quite a number of times in this place, one cannot do indirectly what they cannot do directly. And I would simply ask for your guidance as to, we've heard both from the government House Leader and now a number of other members from the government that have referenced that members have or have not been present through whether or not they are engaged in certain aspects of the use of the rules that have been adopted by this place. And Madam Speaker, I would refer you to the motion that was adopted that does refer to one being able to use virtual parliament in full status as a member of this place. So to somehow suggest that some votes are more important than others, or the presence or absence of a member within this place, I would suggest is contrary to the rules and orders of this place, and I would urge that sort of conduct to not be allowed in the context of this debate. Thank you.
On both sides of the House, we have had this argument where members on the official opposition or on other oppositions and within the government have mentioned that not everyone is in the House. So I would just ask members, yes, you shouldn't do indirectly what you can't do directly. The fact that the honourable members are not specifically indicating who is and who isn't in the House is a little bit more if you were specifically indicating who was in the House, that would be different. I do want to remind members, to try to avoid that, using those lines. And the honourable member is quite right that, anybody who is participating virtually is considered to be in the House. And so the honourable member King's Hands has 30 seconds to finish his thoughts.
I think it's extremely relevant for the debate of talking about virtual parliament. Let me just say this. I think objectively all recognized parties in this House have used the tools that have been made available over the last number of months. And I think there's two distinct periods. There is the COVID period, which we are not completely out of, and then do we look at how the tools have been used to actually modernize Parliament? My question to the opposition House Leader is, does he believe that there are some elements to what we've done over the past 2 years that are helpful for modernizing Parliament? And why is he so against having a study where we can examine that in full, including ways in which the opposition can get their point of view on how they can best hold the government to account?
Well, official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the fact is that constitutionally, Ottawa is the seat of power. It's the seat of Parliament, and this is where the expectation is that this is where people are expected to be. Do I think that COVID served a purpose? I explained that very well in my discourse last night, that at the height of the pandemic, yes, it did serve a purpose because there were many unknowns at that point. And there were agreements among all the parties to move, and I give full credit to the administrative staff. But in terms of what we're dealing with today is to normalize this process of a hybrid parliament in the fall, when no one else, no other legislatures around the world or even in this country are doing this. Why are we dealing with this now? If we want to talk about how to modernize Parliament, we can do that, and the Procedures and House Affairs Committee is the proper venue to do that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. I'd like to hear what he has to say with regards to condescending words from the Leader of the Government with regards to the Quebec nation this evening. We celebrate Quebec's National Day in Montreal and Quebec and throughout the province. Yes, the 23rd is on the calendar if there is an emergency, for example, passports. Was this motion so urgent as to have us talk about it today? I don't think so. The House is governed by two things: rules and usage. Rules is that we sit on the 23rd. Usage is that we don't sit on the 23rd. In a few months, the Leader of the Government will rise in the House and ask our consent to finish earlier to allow Liberal MPs to go to the Liberal Congress. Is that more important than the Quebec nation? That is my question.
Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the honourable colleague for his question. This was a discussion that came up a couple of weeks ago in House Leaders' meeting, and the leader of the House for the Bloc Québécois made it explicitly clear to the House Leader that this was important, as it is for our members from Quebec, because this is a holiday of great importance within Quebec. And at the time when we talked about it, there was no indication that we were going to be dealing with Motion 19. In fact, what they did was put it on notice Monday evening, knowing that the debate would eventually roll into Thursday and the vote, which was scheduled to 8:30. Now, what I want to assure my honourable colleague is we have done everything we can to ensure that the vote happens as early as possible, with an understanding for not just the Bloc Québécois members, but our members from Quebec who understand how important that Fête Nationale is in Quebec. I'm just sorry that the Liberal government House Leader doesn't realize or understand how important it is. And basically what he did...
Other questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, listening to the Opposition House Leader for the last 20 minutes, half an hour, has truly inspired me, actually, to nominate him for a Pulitzer Prize in fiction. And you know, I understand. I can understand. You know, 119 MPs have ultimately become irrelevant because they're wrong on this issue, on every issue. So I understand the bitterness of the member across the way, but if we were to listen to him and his objection to the NDP fighting for pharmacare or dental care, things that will help Canadians, if we accepted their outdated arguments, we would never have progress in this place. We wouldn't have achievements on childcare, healthcare, LGBTQ rights. So my question is simple, Madam Speaker. With his members hosting convoy organizers on the Hill, how can Canadians take him and his party seriously?
Honourable Member for the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her understanding of just how deep that abyss of irrelevance will be once the Canadian electorate get a hold of them in the next election after they made a deal with the NDP, or with the Liberals. The Liberals were sent here with 32% of the vote. It was only because the Prime Minister didn't receive a majority government that he decided to go and invite the NDP to be a coalition partner. If these things become true, Madam Speaker, I will eat my words that the promises were made by this Liberal government to the NDP, because they've never lived up to promises that they've been able to keep. The country is in chaos, in calamity. Even the most basic services aren't being delivered. If the NDP thinks they're going to get their way out of this, they're sadly wrong, and they will be irrelevant in the next election.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There I am. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to join this debate. And I've been listening intently over the last hour or so about what has been discussed in this House, and I heard the government House Leader talk about we're going to be able to look at this at PROC in the fall. However, the rules already can be made until June 23rd of 2023. So I don't know where they come from, but where I come from, you actually don't make a rule and then study to make another rule when it's already been put in place, Madam Speaker. So their actual argument here is irrelevant. So if they want PROC to study this in September, why are they putting in this piece of legislation now so the rule stays until June 23rd of 2023? Yeah. It doesn't make any sense, so I'd like the House Leader to explain that to us.
Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the honourable member for his question. I actually sat on PROC when we studied this at the beginning of the pandemic, and the concern was always this, that this was going to get to a more permanent nature, which I think and I believe is the goal of not just the Liberal government, but their partners in the NDP to make this more permanent. There was also other concerns as well, that members may use this to not come here so that in close ridings they can perpetually electioneer. And I suspect that's probably going to be the case for the NDP and the Liberals. You know, I said it last night, if somebody wants to be in their community, look, this is a transcontinental country. The expectation is when you get elected here that you're going to come to Ottawa. If you want to be in your riding, run for mayor, run for council, or run for public school trustee. Don't run for MP, because the expectation is that you will need to be here. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with all due respect to the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader, COVID isn't over. My husband is at home right now extremely sick because he tested positive for COVID. I tested myself this morning. It came up negative. I don't want to put people at risk. But if you look casually, Google for scientific advice right now, today, when the Honourable Opposition Party House Leader tells us there's no scientific evidence, he's willfully blind. There's the U.S. Center for Disease Control saying we fear another outbreak. There's what's happening right now in Portugal. There's warnings from Dr. Zane Chaglet McMaster, from Dr. Isaac Bogosh, who we've been following very carefully, who says, look at the wastewater data. This is a virus that mutates. That's what it does. It doesn't mutate to milder and milder. It mutates, sometimes milder, sometimes worse. And because I've seen in this place since March 13th, 2020, when we adjourned because of COVID, every measure to adapt has seen a big parliamentary fight. Deciding this now saves us time in the fall.
Honourable member for official opposition House Leader has 1 minute to respond.
Okay, thank you. The only way I'll respond is other legislatures around the world, the U.S. Congress, our mother parliament have all resumed to normal in-person sitting. Why should they be any different than us, Madam Speaker? And I'll be glad to take a question from the member from Kingston and the Islands.
I'm sorry. Reprise de débat. Point of order. The honourable for the honourable parliamentary secretary of the government House Leader.
I believe he's seeking to find unanimous consent for the member for one more question to be taken by the member from Barrie Innisfil.
Here, yes. I have. The honourable member. I would ask the honourable official opposition House Leader to wait until I ask all members in the House. All those opposed to the honourable member, parliamentary secretary moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader. Question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the opposition House Leader can try to clarify something for me. When we had a motion this morning to move to orders of the day, 66 Conservatives voted remotely and 44 voted person. And this is public data available on the website. But yet, when we voted on the motion of closure, 52 Conservatives voted remotely. So that means there were 14 Conservatives that were within a 10-minute walk of this place that were able to get over here that had previously voted remotely. Can the opposition House Leader please explain to the House how it is that the Conservatives are so dead set against this technology, yet they're routinely using it?
Full official opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for that UC motion. And I want to show you how little respect I have for this member. I'll take the next question now. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de la Prairie. Oh, I'm sorry. J'ai un point, un rappel.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker.
1 moment, please. I'm recognizing a point of order, and that's not the one from the parliamentary secretary. Excuse me. Order. Order.
Standing order.
The Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know I don't need to point these out to you, but Standing Order 18 says that no member shall speak disrespectfully of another member. That's not just using foul language or calling someone a name. It's also saying, as the honourable member just said, I have so little respect for you, I'm leaving. I'm sorry. That violates Standing Order 18.
Again, I appreciate the honourable parliamentary secretary, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands' point of order. I do want to remind members to be, please, respectful to each other as we are. I know that we are at the end of the session and that today is the last day, and I'm sure that the clerks are going to be happy to have just a little bit of a break, as all of us will. And so I would just ask members to please be respectful to each other and allow the honourable member for La Prairie to have the floor at this point. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, a motion here for hybrid parliament. One thing is clear, Madam Speaker, as you know, hybrid parliament is not a panacea. It has its problems. It was, and I hope it still is, supposed to be temporary. There are interpretation problems, for example. There have been many cases where there weren't enough interpreters or interpreters were injured for various reasons because it's very hard from an HR perspective to have hybrid parliament. Then the other thing is accountability. A government that's hiding in 2D, well, it's always easier for ministers to hide their incompetence behind a screen than to do so in person. It's a little bit less embarrassing. And that is why the Liberal Party likes hybrid parliament. It's a way to avoid being accountable. And we know that this government does not like parliament. It doesn't like talking and negotiating. It likes imposing things. And then thanks to the NDP, they went from a minority to a majority. And thanks to the current government House Leader, they are now essentially authoritarian. A minority parliament should try to govern by consensus. So ultimately, this is what we're facing. Now, if ministers and members are present in person, we can do more work because we can go talk about our files. We can talk about upcoming committees, upcoming issues. We can do that when we're there in person. But this government is just trying to escape responsibility. And when you look at all the successive crises of this government, it's obvious that it's an incompetent government. On Tuesday, there were problems caused by hybrid parliament, technological problems. It shows how fragile it is. We, on the other hand, want to keep working, even though it's a pandemic. We in the Bloc Québécois, we would have liked to discuss this more and not have it imposed on us, as is happening today. There was no emergency, there was no urgency to do this. We know that PROC is going to discuss the matter of hybrid parliament and see what will be done from here on out, because things aren't going very well. That's obvious. There are problems. And what are the other parties' positions? As I said, the Liberal Party doesn't like parliament. It doesn't want a debate. So they like this. They prefer to be here as little as possible to give virtual answers, which is much easier. That's the government's position. If it were up to them, it would be hybrid parliament until the end of time. And then the NDP. Well, think about this. We're talking about hybrid parliament because of the pandemic. And yet, when the NDP is asked why they want hybrid parliament, they don't even talk about the pandemic. They say that it's about work-life balance. And they say that it's a way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The NDP government, and the NDP is now part of the government, gave its agreement to the Baie du Nord project, to subsidizing the Trans Mountain pipeline. And then they come and talk to us about reducing greenhouse gases. As the opposition House Leader was saying, the reality is that they just want to be at home because they live far away, because their ears hurt when they're on the plane. That's their position. They like remote work. The fact is that when you run to become an MP, you have to be accountable. You have duties. And being here in Parliament is a primary duty that you owe your constituents. Hiding behind a screen is not going to make your work better. No one here believes that. And yet that's the NDP government's position. What the Bloc Québécois thinks is that virtual parliament should not be the norm but the exception. We're in a COVID context. So yes, if people have COVID, we need them to be able to use virtual technology if they have COVID or if they were close to someone who had COVID. But there are some members who have barely been here for 2 years. I mean, it sounds like perhaps they're just permanently in a COVID state. I won't name names, but we know what MPs those are and we know what party they're from. So if it's really about work-life balance, if it's really about burning fewer greenhouse gases, well then, we should debate on those grounds about making the hybrid parliament permanent. But that's not about COVID and the pandemic. I was going to say something in English, but I won't. But I'm just going to say that the NDP wants this to go on forever, and we don't agree with that. Why are we debating this on June 23rd, even though we've been collaborating with the government for 2 weeks so that we could leave on June 23rd? Because Parliament voted to recognize the Quebec Nation. And let me just announce that today and tomorrow are the days of Saint-Jean festivities. We do not understand why we have to sit today when that is almost never the case. I think it's happened only about 4 times in the last 40 years. And I will be sharing my time with my illustrious colleague for Joliette. All that to say that we had asked the government House Leader, well, we had asked him 3 things, 3 options. To either discuss this in the fall. Why? Because that's what we've been doing from the beginning. At the beginning of the session, we determined how we're going to operate. And there's a second reason to do that in the fall. There's no urgency to this. We're going to our ridings now. And the third reason, because we'll have more information. Because earlier the Liberals were saying, well, we are in the middle of a pandemic and we have no idea what's happening. Well, in 3 months, we're going to know a lot more about what's happening in 3 months. And one could make a more intelligent decision. By September, we might have had more intelligent answers to our questions. But of course, we know that the Liberals aren't big fans of smart answers to questions. That's what we proposed. And we have issues with hybrid parliament. We also think that it's an obstacle to democracy, as I said earlier. And we must not make this the norm. If we look at the members of the Bloc Québécois, I know that the member for Kingston and the Islands likes listing who did and didn't vote. Of course, he doesn't seem to care so much about his own party. But if we look at the members of the Bloc Québécois, if they weren't here, it was generally because they had COVID, or they were in contact with someone who had COVID. Virtual parliament was the exception for us. So we're trying to set an example. It's not just words for us, it's actions. And to recognize the Quebec Nation shouldn't just be words, it should involve action. And once again, we've seen this government not following up its words with action. And that's why we in the Bloc Québécois are going to vote against this motion.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, last week I wasn't able to participate here on the floor of the House of Commons because I had tested positive, Mr. Speaker. Fortunately now I'm testing negative, so I did have a bout with the COVID-19. And I was able to participate here by being on the hybrid parliament. And that was just last week, where I had the opportunity to address a number of issues on the floor. It also enabled me to be able to vote, Mr. Speaker. To try to wish away the pandemic is highly irresponsible. Believe it or not, we will continue to have the pandemic over the next couple of months, at the very least, Mr. Speaker. What we are doing is affording members of the House to demonstrate leadership to their constituents by not having to go into an environment. I would not have wanted to come in here having tested positive in order to deliver a speech or to vote, Mr. Speaker. I think that demonstrates leadership. And that's the type of leadership that we should be demonstrating to our constituents. Does the member not agree that it was the responsible thing for me to do to be on the hybrid as opposed to be in person because I had tested positive last week?
The honourable member for La Prairie. Well, we're also showing leadership because the member for Winnipeg North is an exception. And we agree with what he did. We agree with people not coming into the House when they have COVID. I already explained that. If he had been listening to my speech properly, he would have understood that I completely agree that when you have COVID, you can't come here. So yes, I congratulate the member. And yes, he is often in the House. We know that very, very well. So when we saw that he was virtual last week, we said something's up. We in fact took bets and said he probably has COVID because we could never say that he doesn't do his job in Parliament.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from the bloc for his speech. And you know, we talk about responsibility, we talk about tradition, and I just wonder what he thinks about the message when we talk about leadership. The message that we're sending to Canadians when we say, if you're sick, you still need to come to work. I think that that's quite a regressive approach. Should the message we're sending our constituents, and you know, my nephew Andy, I often talk to my nephew Andy about the importance of leadership. And is it not real leadership to set the example where if someone's sick, that they should stay home and get better? And then we use the traditions of this place, like pairing, so that a member can recover with the support of their parliamentary colleagues. Speaker, isn't that a better approach instead of what is the usual practice that we've come to see is people hiding from Parliament, hiding from accountability, and using this virtual Parliament option you know, to dodge their responsibilities?
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, this comes back to what I was saying. During a pandemic, there are situations where one may be contagious and have COVID. And so at such a time, it is appropriate indeed to have access to a virtual option to be able to continue working. But when the pandemic is over or has diminished, will we still need hybrid Parliament? Or could we instead use tools like my colleagues mentioned? Well, we should debate that. And I hope at that point there could be a discussion between the leaders in a cross-party way in order to discuss, should we go back to the way we did things before, as my colleague is proposing? At that point, we could have full discussions and ensure that parliamentarianism stays alive in Parliament. That's what Quebecers and Canadians expect.
Comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that the summer is coming up. We know that there will be many activities. We know that many of us have had COVID in recent days and weeks. And I recently was at an activity. I was seated at the table of honor, and yesterday we were called and told to take a test because many around us contracted COVID-19 during the activities at that activity. We know that we are still at risk. And so our government, for reasons of prudence, decided to go to hybrid sittings because all summer we're going to be spending time with people who are coming together and celebrating. So I'd like to ask my colleague whether he agrees that the situation we're going to go through this summer isn't necessarily going to improve the COVID situation when we come back. And so it's prudent to take this decision. A short answer, please. Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague asks if it's reasonable to make that decision today. How would it have changed anything to make that decision in September? It wouldn't change anything. Quite the contrary. Because over the summer, we'd see what's happening with COVID and we could decide to extend this or not. or 6 months, but we could have made that decision in the fall. After seeing what happens during the summer, we'd have had all that time to make good decisions.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, on June 23rd, and tomorrow, Quebecers will be coming together to celebrate, and I would obviously encourage everyone to proudly celebrate our national holiday. The big rallies in Quebec City and Montreal are being held tonight. In my riding, people will be celebrating tonight all over the place. After 2 years of pandemic, this national holiday is particularly well designed to renew the pleasure of celebrating together, proudly, our love of Quebec and our national language. The theme of the 188th edition of the Fête Nationale is our language in 1,000 accents, which evokes the immense wealth of our beautiful national language for Quebec's culture and identity. Quebec is a dynamic, innovative society that's open to the future. We want our nation to thrive in French. In this regard, I would quote from Michel Tremblay, as it was published today in the Journal de Montréal. I've been looking for, this is an English translation of Michel Tremblay. I've been looking for a new argument to warn against the danger that the French language is facing in Quebec. It seemed to me that everything had been said over and over again. In the last lines of Émile Nelligan's Vaisseau d'Or, what has become of my heart, deserted ship? Alas, it has sunk into the abyss of dreams. We must not let the French language sink into the abyss of dreams. We must make it flourish. We must make it rain. Or, as Gilles Vigneault said, language is a nomadic and sedentary country. Words, its inhabitants, go around the world. If you recognize them, if these words are yours, they are your passport. This country is yours. Everyone's country is a strange thing that sleeps for long winters like a rose in the garden, then wakes up in spring when I was about to forget it. Composing a numerous and singular garden, it is all at once house, garden, ship, the ocean, the fountain, and the tree in the paper. Barely these words come out of the inkwell, I hear the wind singing. A sail that sails invites me to prepare the long journey. What do the words propose on the whole planet in space and time without concern for borders? Should we leave at night, at the crack of dawn? The night makes a mirror of the least window and makes me see the words by which to know myself. At dawn, one thinks one is expected somewhere. Lutetia, Athens, Rome. Was it my story? The word language, immense and deep territory, will tell me where I come from, where I'm going, and I am leaving. Unquote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before quoting these two giants of Quebec literature a few moments ago, I said people would be celebrating in my writing because people excludes the person speaking, because tonight we will probably be stuck here in this house. However, in Quebec, it's customary for local, national, and federal elected officials to attend these festivities. It's one of the most important times to meet with our constituents. It's not going to happen for me this year, after 2 years of pandemic. We asked the government to adjourn earlier today as if it was a Friday, but they refused. The leader of the government simply slammed the door on this compromise. Also, we could debate this motion. The government is proposing to extend the hybrid parliament for another year, as if this were a pressing matter, as if it couldn't wait till the fall. No, this government and its stubborn leader have chosen to deprive Quebec MPs of the opportunity to celebrate our national holiday with our constituents. This is a concrete example of the Liberals' respect for Quebec. This is how the Quebec nation is recognized in Canada. We won't forget this. Nous nous souviendrons. All spring, the government has been using gag orders to fast-track legislation. The House didn't need to sit until late tonight, but this government and its leader lack sensitivity toward my nation. There's an expression in French, Mr. Speaker, literally, to call a person bird names, and it means to insult them indirectly. And that's why I choose to call this government a bunch of well-deserved names: chicken, turkey, dodo, buzzard, old crow, vulture, screaming banshee. I could go on, but I'll stop here even if they deserve more. This insensitivity, Mr. Speaker, is not unrelated to the fact that this session has been marked by a clash of values between the federal government and Quebec, as well as by the ineptitude of a Liberal Party struggling to ensure the basic functioning of the state. The Prime Minister's made it official that he intends to attack Quebec's Bill 21 or 96 on the secularization of the state, and Bill 21 and Bill 96 on the protection of French. He's introduced an official languages bill that does not protect French in Quebec, but rather the right to anglicize federal workplaces. He has endorsed the erosion of the political weight of the Quebec nation in the House of Commons. On all issues, this government embodies a clash of values between Canada and Quebec. The Bloc will continue to defend and promote Quebec's interests. Mr. Speaker, this session has also been a demonstration of federal incompetence. If governing is about anticipating, the passport crisis paints a picture of a tired, worn-out government that's struggling to provide basic services to Quebecers. The number of Liberal ministers who ended this session on the hot seat because of embarrassing blunders is worrisome. This government is incapable of being proactive. They'd rather show off in front of the cameras than manage the day-to-day business of government. On the issue of GHG reduction targets, as well as on the request of police forces to implement the Emergency Measures Act, the Liberals seem to have knowingly lied to Quebecers and Canadians. We have seen the federal party's resistance to the secular nature of the state when we proposed the abolition of the prayer in this House. The government's been reluctant to grant Quebec increased immigration powers. We raised the debate on the imposition of ideological criteria for the funding of scientific research, and the government refused to even entertain the idea. The Bloc has voiced Quebecers' concerns about gun violence in the face of a Liberal government that is soft on its approach to gun trafficking and organized crime. We also stood up for the environment in the face of a Canadian Parliament that favored the Bay du Nord project in the midst of a climate crisis. We continue to fight for increased health transfers and the elimination of 2 classes of seniors. If the Liberals wanted to convince Quebecers that they have everything to gain by taking care of their public affairs themselves, they wouldn't have gone about it any differently. They've used their artificial majority with the NDP to set themselves up and to oppose Quebec. Quebecers, take note. We will remember. Nous nous souviendrons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
I skipped over last time. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the honourable member talked about events in his writing that he will not be able to attend now because the House is sitting. However, I would argue that this is the beauty about hybrid parliament, that actually you would be able to attend and also do your job here in the House with the hybrid. And I know that I was impacted by that. June 6th was the first year anniversary of the death of the Offsall family in London, Ontario. And I was able to go and be with my community and mourn with my community to commemorate this incredible family. And yet I was also able to give a statement in this House to commemorate them via hybrid parliament. So maybe he could talk about the actual realities and the incredible opportunities that provides us as members of parliament to be able to do both jobs in our communities and in the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Unfortunately, I don't agree with the principle of hybrid parliament. In our view, when there was COVID, there was a chance of transmission, but it's time to move beyond the pandemic. There's no urgency on June 23rd now to pass this on the occasion when Quebec is celebrating its Fête Nationale. It's an important time for us to celebrate in our ridings. And, of course, I stand in solidarity with the member with respect to the event she was talking about in her riding. But now is a time when Quebec members should be in their ridings. There's rules and then there's custom. And according to custom, we should not be sitting today. The government House Leader has shown no sensitivity towards the Quebec nation, and we will remember that the next time he asks us to be flexible and to respect convention or custom for the Liberal caucus, and we will see that the Liberals think that their caucus is more important than Quebec.
I just want to congratulate the member from London Fanshawe for pointing out the rich hypocrisy with respect to the argument from the Bloc. Yes, they could be in their ridings using hybrid parliament right now and still participating, but even more importantly than that is the member, if this member and his colleagues would just stop speaking, I'm sure that we would see a vote on this, we would be done, and I'm not aware of any other government business, and then he would be home in time in order to participate in the festivities that he has planned. Brilliant. The only people that are really talking about this right now are the Conservatives in the Bloc. So in the interest of allowing us to get to a vote, would the member be willing to stop talking so that we can do that?
That's really smart.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So he says, taking the time to stand up and ask a question and making the debate last even longer. And then he calls us hypocrites. He calls us hypocrites here in this place. It's quite astounding, Mr. Speaker. That's all I have to say. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't help myself. I have to point out that I can't believe that a government member wants there to be no debate here, that he's encouraging us, and I think he should apologize for what he said. My question's for the member for Joliette, Mr. Speaker. I don't agree with everything, but I appreciate his approach and using those bird names to insult the government. I think he used some, so that was a bit of an insult to some of the birds to be using those bird names to describe some of the government members. But how does the member feel right now today about what's happening in the House of Commons? Now, a member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. Yes, we would have preferred to be in our ridings celebrating our Fête Nationale today, our national holiday, but our first duty is to be here in the House of Commons participating in the debate. Obviously, we would have preferred for this debate to be held at a different time. There's no urgency to this motion. This motion on hybrid parliament could have been held, this debate could have been held in the fall. Obviously, the government, the less debate there is here in the House, the better they feel, the better they come out of it. And using bird names in French is an insult, Mr. Speaker. A quick question. We have time for just one more, and I'll try to share things around as much as I can. The honourable member for... The member for Kingston, the Islands, said that if the debate goes too long, it's because we're talking too much. And I'd like to ask the member for Joliette if he might like to hear the member for Kingston and the Islands speak a little less often. The honourable member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague, but I don't share his opinion. I find that the member for Kingston and the Islands, despite his flamboyant style, brings a lot to this place. Maybe not on the eve of our national holiday, but when everyone should be back in their ridings celebrating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate.
Resuming debate.
Well, I know I probably won't get a chance to say this, but Joyeux Jean-Baptiste.
Happy Saint Jean-Baptiste. And have a good summer.
Who might not be here later on. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moves that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, beginning on Friday, June 24th, 2022, and ending on Friday, June 23rd, 2023. Les députés...
A. Members may participate in proceedings of the House. May I dispense?
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I rise to request a recorded division. Call in the members.
question est la
The question is as follows.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Monsieur Guilbeault, moved that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice, may I dispense? Oh, thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Holland.
Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Wilkinson.
Miss Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole. Ms. Rumpel Garner. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutiev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan. Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Reddekopp.
Mr. Reddekopp.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Ms. Lewis.
Alderman Norfolk.
Haldwood Norfolk.
Mr. Lewis. Alderman Norfolk.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Je vote contre.
Madame de Bellefeuille, contre, against.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Madame Bendayan, for.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 177, 177. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare the motion carried. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 37 years back on this day, Air India Flight 182, operating on Montreal, London, Delhi, Mumbai route, was blown up mid-air from a bomb planted by Canadian extremists. It killed all 329 passengers and crew members, including 268 Canadian citizens. The bombing of this Air India flight is the largest mass killing in Canadian history. It was the deadliest act of aviation terrorism in the world until 9/11. Canada is a pluralistic country, and we honor the fallen. In this National Day of Remembrance for Victims of Terrorism, my sympathies are with the families of the victims who still experience pain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel. Okay. There seems to be a technical problem. What we'll do is we'll go on to the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Back to that.
Today I want to acknowledge the tremendous work of Representative Winston Wei-Yi Chen, the 10th representative of Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Canada since it was established in 1992, and a friend of many of us as parliamentarians. Representative Chen assumed his duties in Ottawa 4 years ago, and it has been a fruitful partnership ever since for both Canada and Taiwan. Representative Chen is now assuming a new post, and I would like to thank him for his friendship and dedicated work in nourishing and promoting Taiwan-Canada relations. Representative Chen has been serving in various roles in Canada for over 10 years. He helped launch the exploratory discussions regarding the Canada-Taiwan Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Arrangements. He also facilitated timely and generous donations of masks and gowns from Taiwan to Canada in response to the pandemic. And these are just a few of the highlights. I know that for Representative Chen, Canada has become more than a job. It has also become his family. He was married in Canada, his children were born here, and he fell in love with both our land and country. I thank Representative Chen on behalf of all of us as part of the friendship group and wish him the best of success and many more years of service to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too would like to pay tribute to Trade Representative Winston Chen from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Canada. He is leaving his post after 4 years, and we will all miss his dedication, thoughtful ideas, and sense of humor. Mr. Chen worked hard to strengthen the already robust ties between Canada and Taiwan. In addition to over $6 billion in bilateral trade every year, Taiwan is a democratic country that shares many of the same values and goals on the world stage. In an increasingly unstable world, developing closer ties with like-minded peoples is all the more important. Mr. Chen really came through for Canada during the pandemic when he and his team helped with the donation of over 500,000 masks from Taiwan to Canada. His dedication to Taiwan's participation on an international level was impressive, as well as his work on establishing more resilient supply chains. These will serve both our countries as well as many others in the years to come. Mr. Chen, we thank you for your hard work improving the relations between Canada and Taiwan, and we wish you all the best in your future career. Ju Ni Wei Lao Hao Yun.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give a shout out to the young people of my riding at the end of their school year. On the eve of Quebec's national holiday, thousands of young people are leaving school for a well-deserved vacation. Their heads are full of new ideas and their hearts are filled with great plans. Finally, high school graduates can gather and celebrate the end of this chapter with their prom. It's the end of an important stage, but the beginning of something even more beautiful. Friends, what I want to say to you is this: enjoy and relish every moment. From now on, the world is your oyster. Savor it, live your new knowledge to the fullest. Be proud of who you are, and above all, be proud of where you come from. Our beautiful region is full of talent of all kinds. Continue to make it proud as only you can do. Have a great summer and a great vacation. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to honour a friend and prominent leader in my riding who will be leaving our community soon.
As rabbi since 2013. Our synagogue in Dollard is home to one of the most vibrant Jewish communities in Canada, a community I'm honored to serve. Whether it's organizing family fun programs such as the Purim Carnival, bringing the synagogue's Hanukkah to home celebrating, delivering sermons and programs online during COVID, or recently traveling to Poland to assist Jewish refugees fleeing Ukraine, Rabbi Fishman's contributions and legacy are numerous. I'd like to thank the Rabbi for his service to the West Island Jewish community and society at large. Our community is losing a great leader. I'm looking forward to working with his successor. Mark, I'll miss our thoughtful conversations. Thank you for your years of service. I really wish you and your family the very best.
Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's cause for celebration in my riding of Fundy Royal this week as our communities come together to congratulate the class of 2022. Graduates, I want to extend my sincerest congratulations to you all as you celebrate this milestone with your friends and with your family. You can proudly reflect on the last few years you've spent learning lessons both in and outside of the classroom. These lessons have formed the strong foundation for you to now build your futures upon. From here, you will take what you've learned and go off to make your mark on our communities, our province, our country, and indeed the world. I look forward to seeing your many great accomplishments. Congratulations once again to the class of 2022.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, whether supporting homeowners to retrofit their homes, get into an electric vehicle, or ride an electric bus, working together at all levels to green our lifestyle will save us money, build a stronger economy, and protect the planet we cherish. Last week, I was ecstatic to hear that Infrastructure Canada's zero-emissions bus strategy is reaching my community. An MOU was signed by the Canada Infrastructure Bank and Durham Region that will see as many as 100 battery electric buses purchased by 2027. This investment of $68.2 million is repayable, low-interest financing, and builds on the previous investment by our government of $43 million to fund the rapid bus transit route, better connecting our region. The replacement of the current diesel-powered fleet will reduce operating costs and will save 8,000 tons of carbon emissions per year. To date, the Infrastructure Bank has invested over $1.5 billion toward more than 5,000 zero-emission buses across Canada. Now that's progress, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. rise today to celebrate an amazing run of 32 years for the City of Surrey's cultural manager, Leanne Davison, who recently retired earlier this year. As Surrey has grown from a rural community to one that will soon become British Columbia's largest city, Leanne's dedication and passion were at the heartbeat of the city's arts and cultural landscape. Our population has grown dramatically over Leanne's tenure, and whether it was exhibitions of local artists, presentations of innovative and interactive art, or the acquisition of significant works from artists across Canada, she has left an indelible mark. Thank you to Leanne Davison for her contribution in enriching all our lives in Surrey.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, this government is bringing forward firearms legislation that will impact lawful gun owners and not do nearly enough to address gun crime. The arbitrary handgun ban in Bill C-21 will do nothing to stop gun smuggling, nor will it prevent gang violence. There are, however, Mr. Speaker, some measures of this bill that Conservatives support, such as provisions to keep firearms out of the hands of those who have committed domestic abuse. And despite Conservative efforts to fast-track these pieces of the legislation, the NDP Liberal coalition teamed up to block it. Mr. Speaker, I believe revealing their goals to be political rather than practical, but on this side of the House, we are always going to stand up for common sense measures to ensure that Canadians are safe and that guns are out of the hands of our criminals instead of the soft on crime approach from this government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, hockey is a Canadian pastime that brings us together and makes us proud, particularly when our national teams represent our country on the international stage. And that's exactly what happened this month when the national women's under-18 team won a gold medal in Madison, Wisconsin, beating our arch rivals, the Americans, in a back-and-forth 3-2 game. I'm sure I speak on behalf of my colleagues in congratulating all the players, staff, and management involved in winning the World Championship. And as a Nova Scotia Member of Parliament, I would highlight that we punch above our weight in hockey talent. Whether Olympic gold medalist Jill Saunier, Blair Turnbull, or NHL stars Sidney Crosby and Nathan MacKinnon, truly some of the best players in the world. I want to celebrate our next generation of stars. Avi Adam, a forward who lives in Wolfville, and Lucy Phillips, a goaltender originally from Fall River. Wow. Avi and Lucy, we are proud of your hard work to make the national team and all your dedication in bringing home a World Championship gold medal to Nova Scotia. Well done. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this government is failing at so many basic matters. It is failing at providing passports to Canadians. It is failing Afghan refugees who assisted our brave men and women in a war zone. It is failing with processing immigration application, now millions of files behind. Frontline government employees are now simply resorting to telling their frustrated clients to call their MPs, just as the Minister of Services Canada has recommended. One can imagine the significant increase in call volumes to our offices, and our caseworkers are doing their utmost to fill the void. The people of Calgary Centre and me are extremely lucky to have Shani Papp in my office. There's not a week that goes by that I don't get glowing comments about the invaluable assistance she has provided. The volume of files she handles is immense and broad. While government is working at half speed, often from home, Shani has stepped in to ensure people that need essential services are getting them. Today, I join my constituents in thanking Shani for all she does for us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, starting this July, the NDP Liberal Coalition is taking its first step to increasing the retirement age to 75. The decision by the NDP Liberal Coalition to practice age discrimination by creating separate classes of the aged in the amount paid out for the old age security has made seniors' worst fears realized. The Socialist Coalition is shifting the financial burden onto the backs of seniors to pay for Canada's excessive debt. Seniors see this age discrimination as an effort to force Canadians under 75 to remain in the workplace to continue paying taxes for the tax, borrow, and wasteful spending Liberal policy of high inflation. It's robbing seniors of their lifetime savings for what should be their golden years. Inflation erodes the worth of savings. This is a massive societal shift. People are being forced to work longer and needing to work longer. The Socialist Coalition needs to be held accountable for left-wing inflation policies that are robbing Canadians of retirement that they've been dreaming of.
Good statement. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, today is the National Day of Remembrance for Victims of Terrorism. 37 years ago today, Air India Flight 182 was blown out of the sky, killing 329 innocent souls. 268 Canadians, moms, dads, grandparents, friends. 82 children who would never come home. To this day, this remains the single largest act of terrorism perpetrated against Canadians, the result of a conspiracy conceived, planned, and executed in Canada. Yet despite the advocacy of the victims' families, who have battled racism, discrimination, and indignity, few Canadians know about this tragedy. We don't learn about it in schools. We hear little about it in the media. It cannot be this way. This is and must always be remembered by this House and by all Canadians as a Canadian tragedy. So as we remember, let us reflect on the words carved into memorials for the victims from Vancouver to Bantry, Ireland. Time flies, suns rise and shadows fall. Let it pass by. Love reigns forever over all. May love always reign forever over all.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Vancouver Island Counselling Centre for Immigrants and Refugees provides mental health counselling, specially trained interpreters, and culturally appropriate trauma services. Ukrainians fleeing Putin's war have been arriving on Vancouver Island, and many are understandably traumatized. But while the federal government is providing settlement services, there is no funding for mental health support. These victims of war should be covered by the interim federal health program. Organizations like Vicar were already responding to increased demands and now are providing mental health supports without funding. In addition, there's a serious issue with clinical counselors in BC not being able to register as providers with the interim federal health program, no matter how qualified and experienced they may be. The IFHP needs to provide consideration for professional equivalencies. These issues negatively impact refugees who struggle to find providers. I want to say a huge thank you to the counselors, the interpreters, and the staff at Vicar. Thank you for your incredibly important work.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to see that a fine local organization is making its mark outside Quebec. La Brunante was named Small Co-op of the Year at the Cooperatives and Mutuals Canada Awards. This recognition highlights the unique impact of a co-op in its community. La Brunante is a magnificent model of housing and solidarity for seniors located in the village of Racine in the Eastern Townships since 2003. And its model has been followed. Over the years, La Brunante has even spread throughout the world, having given conferences on seniors and aging as many as 3 times before the WHO. Having had the chance to visit this co-op myself, I was able to see this magnificent model of collective home care. Seniors have the opportunity to share their knowledge and know-how. Through mutual aid, seniors maintain a sense of being useful. I'd like to take this opportunity to salute 2 of the founders of La Brunante, Gaston Michaud and his wife Mariette Bombardier. Congratulations on this well-deserved award.
Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, as we will soon rise, let's recap what we've learned. A Canadian diplomat attended a party at the Russian embassy and embarrassed our country. But the minister says it's not her fault because her staff don't check their email. We learned the Emergencies Act was not used at the request of the police, but the minister falsely claimed otherwise. They don't get a pass on passports. People camp out for hours every day, but the minister points to a spike in demand, but we will learn that that wasn't true. We have chaos in our airports, but the minister blamed rusty travelers. Inflation is out of control, but the minister says not her fault, despite injecting a $100 billion stimulus that makes inflation and the lives of Canadians worse. We found out that the commissioner of the RCMP promised the PMO and the public safety minister to help them achieve their political objectives after a horrible tragedy. In response, the former minister tried to shift the blame on an RCMP superintendent for doing his job with integrity. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was a school teacher. He knows you can't pass students who don't do their work or take responsibility. He should flunk them, but he won't. At the very least, he and the lot of them should spend their summer at remedial school. The Canadian people deserve better.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we are celebrating our Fête Nationale, Quebec's national holiday, in my riding of Hochelaga and all across Quebec. The theme of this year's celebrations is Our Language with 1,000 Accents. With its French language, Quebec is a strong nation with a unique identity, with a strong artistic community, a resilient and inspiring entrepreneurial and community culture. Today we celebrate an open and inclusive Quebec. We celebrate a Quebec where all are welcome, regardless of their accent. Quebec nationalism belongs to all Quebecers. It's a nationalism that transcends political party boundaries. It's the affirmation that the future of Quebec is intimately linked to its ability to take its place in Canada and in the world. That Quebec is an example of language protection and integration of immigrants. Many thousands, if not millions, of immigrant Quebecers are not anecdotes. They contribute every day to the survival of the French language. Let's be proud of them and focus on what we have in common, including our goals, to create harmony and respect for the uniqueness of Quebec. Happy Fête Nationale!
Questions, question orale, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Promises, promises but never results. That is the Liberal government's trademark, Mr. Speaker. Despite the fact that it knew for months that Passport Canada was going to fly off a cliff, the minister accelerated the process. Now, people are being told to go online in order to pick a number, to go in line in order to get a passport. But people were waiting all night in the rain for a number. But now it's another new strategy. It takes 15 weeks to train someone new. Another minister says that she hired a lot of people. So who will finally take the responsibility of this monumental Liberal fiasco? The Honourable Minister for Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand the frustration of Canadians with regards to passports. Starting yesterday, we have had a new strategy, and people outside of Guy Favreau, for example, have received appointments. 250 people in Laval and Saint-Laurent got to talk to an upper manager. They have been able to get an appointment, and now triage is happening in 12-hour blocks to make sure that everyone can travel in time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, just imagine this government is so disconnected that it cannot even give simple services to Canadians. It's only today that they've started talking to people waiting outside, Mr. Speaker, but don't you worry. The minister says that now there's toilets, which is great for the rest of the summer. We are looking forward to a very long summer. Inflation. All Canadians have been affected by a rapidly rising cost of living, the highest level of inflation in 40 years when there was another Trudeau at the head of the country. All responsible countries are reducing gas taxes. Why is this government not is refusing to do what is essential for people? The Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that the cost of living is an important issue for Canadians. And that is the reason for which we have taken tangible and concrete measures to help the most vulnerable Canadians. We have increased benefits for Canadian workers. So a 3-person family will now have $2,400 more in their pockets this year. We've increased old age security for seniors, a $815 increase. The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. But no one's listening, because no one believes that this will have an immediate effect on people's lives. We have a Minister for Public Safety who is duping Canadians in order to justify political decisions. We have a former minister who intervened in a police investigation on a tragedy in order to use information for political means. Darren Campbell, an officer from the RCMP, said that the commissioner for the RCMP said that she had promised the minister and the PMO that the RCMP was going to publish the information. My question is simple. Does the Prime Minister believe an RCMP officer Darren Campbell in this case?
Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I have never and will not criticize a serving member of the RCMP. I was not a party to the discussions that took place between the Commissioner and her subordinates, and we have made no comment on that discussion. But, Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate that there was no interference in this matter, and the Commissioner of the RCMP has confirmed in her statement on Tuesday that there was no interference or pressure brought to bear by this government.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, there are handwritten notes confirming political interference during the active police investigation in Portapique, Nova Scotia in 2020. These notes are from a well-respected and experienced RCMP officer. Instead of honesty, we hear this minister doubling down on his rhetoric and disrespecting Parliament and Nova Scotia and blaming other people. Given the gravity of this situation, will the minister admit the political interference and stop this shameful performance?
The honourable minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course not, because it wouldn't be true. There was no interference in this matter. I would also take the opportunity to remind this House that there is currently an independent public inquiry taking place in Nova Scotia, the Mass Casualty Commission, in which these very matters are being addressed and where witnesses will be called to testify under oath. The work of the Mass Casualty Commission is important to the families of the victims of this terrible tragedy and important to the people of Nova Scotia, and we intend to support the Commission in doing its important work.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, the ongoing disinformation spawned by the former Minister of Public Safety is re-victimizing families and all those affected by the events in Portapique. The clear notes provided by Superintendent Campbell implicitly implicate the minister in peddling political pressure on Commissioner Lucki. Certainly, we all know from the comments of other officers that Superintendent Campbell is an exemplary officer. If there's truly nothing to hide, will this minister submit to an in-depth investigation? Yes or no?
The honourable minister for emergency preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely no doubt that Superintendent is an exemplary officer, and I don't question his integrity in any way. I would simply remind this House that the fact is that there was no interference in this matter, and the Commissioner of the RCMP herself issued a statement on Tuesday in which he said very clearly that there was no interference and no pressure brought to bear. That's the facts, Mr. Speaker, but I'd also remind the member opposite that we have initiated an independent public inquiry that is examining these very issues, and that work will be very important to the families of the victims of this tragedy.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's incompetence in managing passports is outstanding. The only solution isn't appointment vouchers, as the minister is proposing. It's not to hold a 50-50 draw. It's not by organising Hunger Games. It's by opening offices 7 days a week. People are in line and they're there 7 days a week. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the Fête Nationale. The minister does not have the right to let citizens without an appointment today sleep outside for another 4 nights until Monday. That is inhumane. When is she finally going to understand that offices must be open 7 days a week with extended hours? The Honourable Minister for Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Montreal is truly unacceptable, and that is the reason for which, starting yesterday, we had teams of managers to talk to people in line to make sure that everyone had a conversation with a manager so that they would receive an appointment. Service Canada offices will be open until midnight tonight to help people and serve people. We have a new strategy that's been implemented, and appointments are being offered on Fridays and Saturdays to people who are lining up today and whose travel isn't imminent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The minister will go to the queues in Quebec and ask people if they are satisfied with being told that this is unacceptable, that we must do better, that we are working hard. Mr. Speaker, the offices must be open 7 days a week with extended hours so long as there are no more lines. People are waiting day and night in the rain, completely abandoned. Tension is mounting. People are getting angry. People are in tears. They are victims of federal incompetence. So, is the government finally going to start actually governing, or is it going to have to ask the help from the army? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Service Canada staff are already working 12, 14, 16 hours a day. They are here from dawn. They are serving Canadians. They are there on Saturdays as well in order to process passports and receive applications during the day. They print passports at night. They're working very hard in this very extraordinary situation that we're experiencing in Montreal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Speaker, the cost of living is hitting Canadians tremendously hard. We've shared stories as New Democrats about the Canadians that are suffering right now can't afford the groceries, can't afford gas. On top of that, CMHC has put forward a report that we are 3 million homes short of ensuring that Canadians can find affordable homes. In fact, that people will not be able to find a home they can afford. Given how serious things are, the government is just waiting to see that it'll go away. It's not going to go away on its own. The government must act to help people now. When will they act to support families who are in need of help?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Very, very aware of the need to build more housing supply in Canada. That's why we've introduced the Housing Accelerator Fund. That is why we are investing $4 billion that will go directly into municipalities so that they can build more housing supply and that they can do it faster. We're the only government in Canadian history that has taken that step to create systemic change to produce more housing supply. In addition to that, we are also investing in more supply through the Rapid Housing Initiative, more investments in co-op housing, and more investments in the co-investment program.
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
We know that the cost of living is going up and that it has struck families hard. It's more and more difficult. It's sometimes impossible to make ends meet. In these difficult times, we've also read a recent report that says that if the government does not act in Canada, people will not be able to find housing. So, taking all of this into account, when will the government finally and rapidly act in order to help families during this crisis? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that the cost of living is a very important issue and a very difficult issue for many, many families in Canada. And we also understand that housing is one of the most delicate issues, and that is the reason for which our budget targeted this issue in particular. It's a complicated issue, but housing is essential. We will invest. We will build housing units for Canadians, and we will give the most vulnerable people $500 extra for housing.
For South Shore St. Margaret's.
The Nova Scotia inquiry revealed that RCMP Commissioner Lucky chastised lead investigators, saying, quotes, "The commissioner then said that we did not understand that this was tied to the pending gun control legislation." Also quoted in the documents were RCMP communications officer who said, quote, "It was all political pressure." That is 100% the minister and the prime minister. Why won't the government believe that investigating officers are telling the truth?
That's right. Well, Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind the member that I've already stated unequivocally that there was no interference in this matter, and I believe that I would refer the member to the Commissioner's statement in which he also stated unequivocally that there was no interference pressure. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, including those who were directly impacted by this terrible tragedy, have expressed concerns about when and how the RCMP shared information with the public. And that is precisely why, Mr. Speaker, the government specified in the order of reference that the Mass Casualty Commission examine the communications approach taken both during and after this event. The work of the Casualty Commission is important, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
This minister opposed the creation of the inquiry, and it's shameful how the Liberals are trying to evade accountability for this outrageous political interference. The minister continues to quote a supposedly independent statement from Commissioner Lucky, a statement that was likely cleared by the Public Minister's Safety Minister's office before issuing. In essence, he is quoting himself and impugning the integrity of the investigators. So, When did the Prime Minister's office and the Minister of Public Safety's office approve the Commissioner's statement that this minister is now using himself to defend himself?
Great question. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member may not be aware that the Commissioner of the RCMP is independent of government and that there cannot be, in law, any interference with her work. And I would remind the member that on Tuesday, the Commissioner issued her own statement in which she stated unequivocally that the principal...
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Minister. I'm about 20 feet away from him, and I'm having a hard time hearing him. I'm just going to ask him to continue. Maybe not start over, but continue. Unless it continues, then we'll have to start from the top. The Honourable Minister.
I was referencing for this House the statement that the Commissioner released on Tuesday, in which she said, I take the principle of police independence extremely seriously, and it has been and will continue to be fully respected in all interactions. Mr. Speaker, that's the truth, and there was no interference in this matter, as there has been no interference by this government in any police operation.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this is revolting. A great Superintendent, Darren Campbell, reports that there was political and partisan interference in the tragedy that happened in Nova Scotia. This is absolutely revolting. It's disgusting. Mr. Speaker, many people trust in Darren Campbell. Like us. In the Globe and Mail, former RCMP boss Bob Paulson said, and I quote, Darren is one of the best investigators on the team. He is a highly reliable officer with very strong integrity. Why does the Minister simply not believe Mr. Campbell?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. I am not in any way questioning the integrity or the honesty of the Superintendent. I know former Commissioner Paulson very well, and I take him very much at his word when he commends the officer for his integrity. However, Mr. Speaker, I will just simply remind this House that in this case there was no interference in this matter, and secondly, that the Commissioner has issued a statement in which he also says that there has been no interference in this matter. And so, Mr. Speaker, those are simply the facts.
The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, here are the facts, if we want to talk facts. The Minister said that there was no interference, but then Mr. Campbell says that there was interference. So who is telling the truth? Very serious people are saying that Mr. Campbell is right. In the Globe and Mail, Peter Lepine, a former superintendent, said, I followed Darren since he started. He's an extremely competent police officer and well prepared for major investigations. Mr. Speaker, choosing between the Minister and Mr. Campbell, we choose Mr. Campbell. Why is the Minister trying to avoid the truth?
Mr. Speaker, and again, as I understand it, Superintendent Campbell's referred to a conversation of which we were not party that he had with his Commissioner. And I'm not in any way questioning the man's integrity. My understanding is he is an exemplary police officer. But, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. There was no interference in this matter, and the Commissioner has confirmed that in her statement she released on Tuesday.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the government has hit a new low to ram through legislation. Superintendent Campbell noted that Commissioner Lucky told the RCMP that she had promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the force would disclose the type of firearms used in the mass shooting because it was advanced the government's pending gun control legislation. Will the Prime Minister admit that he used the suffering and death of Nova Scotians for personal political gain?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, that statement is absolutely false. And in fact, I would remind this House that our government promised Canadians in the summer of 2019 that we would strengthen gun control and that we would ban military-style assault rifles.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. Okay, the Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I've said, the member's comments, unfortunately, are absolutely false. And in fact, I would remind this House that in the summer of 2019, we made a promise to Canadians that we would strengthen gun control and ban military assault rifles. When the Prime Minister appointed me Public Safety Minister, he placed in my mandate letter, a direction to ban military assault rifles. Mr. Speaker, we made that promise to Canadians, and we kept that promise to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, during the April 28th meeting with the RCMP Commissioner and Superintendent Campbell, handwritten notes state that the Commissioner promised to release information about an active criminal investigation to support a pending announcement on gun control. Now, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness has been standing in this House saying that there was no interference, but the Prime Minister just said there was no undue interference. The story is changing. The Commissioner was working with the government to advance their political agenda. Does the Minister deny it?
Before we go on to the answer, two things. I want everyone to respect each other. And when we are making statements in the House, please be very judicious on the words you use. Accusing someone of being, I'm hearing names from one side and other absolute terms from the other. I just want to remind everyone to be judicious. We want to leave on a nice note before we go to summer. So, the Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps it will be helpful if I read the entire statement of the RCMP Commissioner issued Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner writes, it's important to note that the sharing of information and briefings with the Minister of Public Safety are a necessary action, particularly during the mass shooting on Canadian soil. This is standard procedure, and it does not impact the integrity of ongoing investigations or interfere with the independence of the RCMP. And she concludes, Mr. Speaker, by stating, I take the principle of police independence extremely seriously. It has been and will continue to be fully respected in all interactions. Mr. Speaker, there was no interference.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, no one is surprised by the passport crisis. The Union warned the government in January. It was predictable. Since 2018, the government has cut 450 positions at passports. So, in the very midst of a crisis, the 600 hirings that the Minister is talking about are not an increase in service, they are just a return to pre-pandemic levels. Mr. Speaker, we are in crisis. This requires a crisis effort. When will the Minister deploy a sufficient number of people to open offices 7 days a week? The Honourable Minister for Families. Mr. Speaker, passport offices are open on weekends in the busiest urban centres to ensure that people who need their passport in an urgent manner can get one. We have hired 600 staff. Starting in January, we are hiring 600 more. We are reassigning Service Canada staff and other department staff, for example, CRA staff, StatsCan staff, IRCC staff, and staff from other offices. We are putting everything in position to rectify this unacceptable situation for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the Union is trying to find these 600 people. Well, they found 5 new people at Guy Favreau. Well, the Union expects a return to normalcy only in October. The chaos cannot last another 4 months. The Minister can call on retirees for help. She can move resources from other departments. She can create a training blitz for new staff. At the very least, she could let in people who are sleeping outside and make sure that they are treated humanely, even if it means hiring out other rooms. That is crisis management. What is the Minister waiting for? The Honourable Minister for Families. Mr. Speaker, we have already done everything that my honourable colleague has enumerated. It takes 15 weeks to train a passport officer. This training started months ago, and the new class will start on Monday. This is not something that can be changed overnight. This has already been in place for months, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Montreal is better today. In Laval and Saint-Laurent, we have made sure that everyone receives an appointment. At Guy Favreau, We are currently making sure that the hundreds of people there receive their appointments, and we will continue to put everything in position to serve Canadians. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, there is a gap between what is said and what is done. The passport crisis is not just an administrative fiasco. There are people at the very end of their tether in the rain as we speak. There are people missing their parents' funerals. There are people who are losing work contracts. And the minister's message to these people is basically, your call is important to us. When will the people in the queues feel that this is actually true, that their situation is being taken seriously? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are taking this situation very seriously, and that is the very reason for which we have changed our strategy in Montreal. The situation in Montreal is an extraordinary one. It's different to other parts of the country. We've had 1,500, 2,000 people waiting outside of passport offices in the past 7 days. Every single person in the line today has received an appointment, either for today, tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, in order to ensure that they will receive their passports. That is what we want, and that is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker.
For Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness politically interfered in a mass murder investigation to advance his own party's political agenda. RCMP Superintendent Darren Campbell witnessed this interference firsthand, but the minister is claiming he's just made this all up. Former RCMP Commissioner Polson said Superintendent Darren Campbell is one of the best investigators in the force and a highly reliable officer with tremendous integrity. Why should Canadians believe this minister over that of a well-respected RCMP officer?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely no doubt that Superintendent Campbell is, in fact, an exemplary officer and have absolutely no intention of questioning his integrity. However, Mr. Speaker, I also want to make it very clear that there was no interference in this case for any reason, and with respect to the prohibition of assault rifles, it was something that we were deeply committed to. And, Mr. Speaker, the vicious murder of 22 Canadians using firearms deepened our resolve to make Canadians safe and to keep our promise.
Yeah, you promised.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise here that this minister and this Prime Minister pressured the RCMP Commissioner into doing their bidding. Let's remember that the Ethics Commissioner found this Prime Minister guilty for political interference when he pressured former Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould into doing his bidding, but she got fired because she said no. Now the minister is accusing Superintendent Darren Campbell, who has a stellar reputation of just making up a story. So how can the minister expect Canadians to believe his unethical, scandal-plagued government over that of a stellar RCMP officer?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the only thing being made up is criticism of Superintendent Campbell. I offer none. I'm absolutely certain the man is an exemplary police officer and a man of integrity, and I have no criticism of him. What I am advising this House, however, is that there was no interference in this case. There was no pressure brought upon the Commissioner for any reason, and the Commissioner has...
I'm just going to stop for a second again.
That was lucky, Phil.
I'll follow the advice of the Honourable Member and let the Honourable Minister start again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to dispute, frankly, a false statement by my colleague across the aisle. I have not and will not criticize. I offer no criticism whatsoever to Superintendent Campbell, who I believe to be, based on all of the evidence, an exemplary officer, and I'm not questioning his integrity. However, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for me to be very clear. There was no interference in this case, Mr. Speaker. There was no pressure brought to bear on the RCMP Commissioner, and in fact, the Commissioner has confirmed that there was no pressure in a statement that she issued on Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Member from Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Leah Scatterland, Director of Communications for the RCMP, said this of Commissioner Lucky. She went out and did it. It was all political pressure. That is 100% the Minister and the Prime Minister. And we have a Commissioner that doesn't push back. Mr. Speaker, that Minister has said that he trusts these RCMP members. He says he stands behind the commissioner. The question is, who's not telling the truth?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Now, Mr. Speaker, histrionics aside, I would direct the members to the Commissioner's statement from Tuesday, in which she makes very clear that there was no interference. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd remind this House that Canadians, including those who were directly impacted by this tragedy, expressed very serious concerns about how and when the RCMP shared information with the public. And in response to the concerns expressed by the victims and families in this terrible tragedy, our government specified in the order of reference to the Mass Casualty Commission that they examine the communications approach taken both during and after this event. Mr. Speaker, that commission will hear testimony under oath, and their findings will be important to provide accurate information to the families of this terrible tragedy.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Mr. Speaker, families who lost loved ones in the worst mass shooting in Canadian history want answers. The idea that a government would compromise this investigation is unacceptable. Nova Scotians have suffered enough. There are very serious allegations of interference in the RCMP's investigation for the Liberals' political gain. Now, yesterday, the minister questioned the accuracy of these allegations, but the integrity of the claims is supported by a former RCMP commissioner. Will the minister be transparent in explaining what role the PMO played in this investigation?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Speaker, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to explain to the member. The Prime Minister's office nor the Public Safety Minister's office had any role in interfering or pressuring the RCMP to make any operational decisions with respect to the investigation or in their communications around the investigation. But we did hear very serious criticism and concern by the families of the victims of this terrible tragedy and by Nova Scotians across the province with respect to the communications that took place during this event and after. And it's precisely why we have tasked the Mass Casualty Commission with looking very specifically at the communications that took place both during and after this event, because those families deserve.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, health experts are raising the alarm. According to the Canadian Medical Association, our healthcare system is collapsing around us. Healthcare workers are dealing with severe burnout and leaving the profession. Patients are being treated in cars, wait months for diagnosis, and are suffering without care. Despite this, the Liberals are missing in action. Will this government call an immediate meeting with provinces and territories to address the healthcare staffing crisis and provide significant, stable, long-term federal funding for healthcare to Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to speak to that matter. We have had many discussions and a lot of actions in the last few weeks and months with my colleagues, health ministers. It is true, our healthcare workers are very burdened physically and mentally with COVID-19 and many other serious issues. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking again this afternoon with my colleagues, health ministers, on that topic and many others. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While many Canadians struggle with mental health issues, certain groups in Canada are more likely to face disproportionate challenges among accessing mental health supports. Recently, the Minister for Mental Health and Addictions announced $8.6 million to support community-based programs related to mental health promotion. This will increase health equity, help to address the underlying determinants of health, and improve supports. Can the Minister inform this House on the funding our government announced to support the mental health of Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Mental Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for the question and his hard work and advocacy on mental health, but also the importance of music and the arts. We are committed to addressing disparities and promoting positive mental health. This funding has created comprehensive support systems for people in need of them, investing in these community-led projects that address the mental health of children, youth, refugees and newcomers, and their caregivers, integral in our holistic approach to healing. We will continue to support projects which have the potential to improve health outcomes and which support mental health and address substance use of people across the country.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, at 7.7%, inflation is at another record high. The price of gas this week in Dryden is $2.15 a litre. It's $2.20 in Kenora. and over 230 in Red Lake and Sioux Lookout. Yet this government is the only in the G7 that is not considering a plan to provide immediate relief at the pumps. Mr. Speaker, when will this government get serious about the affordability crisis we are facing and provide a real plan to address inflation?
Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, Canada is focused very much on two elements of this. The first is addressing the affordability challenges facing Canadians. That is something that is critically important for all government members on this side of the House. My colleague, the Minister of Finance, went through a number of initiatives that are underway to try to address the affordability issue for Canadians. But we are also working internationally to address the energy security crisis by increasing production of oil and gas alongside our American counterparts, our Brazilian counterparts, and others to ensure that we're actually stabilizing global energy markets and bringing prices down.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, this week Canadians received even more devastating news caused by this government. Inflation rose to 7.7% in May. This included a 12% rise in the price of gasoline and a 9.7% increase in the prices of groceries, all basic necessities for working families in my riding. When will this Liberal NDP government finally acknowledge that their plan to pour gasoline on the fire with their out-of-control, excessive spending is actually hurting Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives really need to pick a lane when it comes to economic policy. Half of the time, Mr. Speaker, we hear them proposing tax expenditure. And then the other half of the time, they accuse us of spending too much money to support Canadians. Now, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, during COVID, we did support Canadians, and that was the right thing to do. And we had a policy that was relentlessly focused on a jobs recovery. And, Mr. Speaker, it has worked. 117% of jobs recovered, compared to just 96% in the U.S.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that comment is completely out of touch with what people are going through. That's right. You know, the last time inflation was this high, my parents were buying our first family microwave. We had a prime minister with the same last name as the current one, and Joni Loves Chachi was the new sitcom. 7.7% inflation isn't just a number. An Ipsos survey found more and more Canadians believe that their standard of living is decreasing. A dad in my riding said his family of 5 is now spending $400 a week on food, and he goes without meals so his kids can eat. When will this government stop making excuses, stop blaming others, and do anything to tackle inflation?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely understand that the cost of living is a real challenge for Canadians. And I would start by pointing out that having a job is the single most important thing for most Canadians when it comes to affording the cost of living. And that's why an unemployment rate at 5.1% is really, really important and something we work together to achieve. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, I know that Canadians are smart, and I know that Canadians understand inflation is a global phenomenon, Mr. Speaker. This is Vladimir Putin's inflation, and Canadians know it.
The Honourable Member for Mission Metzke Fraser Canyon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, inflation might be over 7% nationally, but it's over 8% in British Columbia. And these levels have not been seen since the last Trudeau was in office. Families in Mission Metzke Fraser Canyon are struggling to put food on the table. They're struggling to pay $2.30 for a liter of gas, and they can't even afford to get to work. Yet this government refuses to act. Now, last week, Scotiabank's chief economist came out, and they basically said, Government of Canada, rein in your spending. So if the Liberals won't heed the advice of the Conservatives, will they at least listen to one of Canada's top economists and stop screwing over Canadians?
Again, I just want to remind the honourable members to use their language judiciously, like you were in a classroom talking to students. I'm sure nobody would want to hear language like that in a classroom if they were talking, and there are are children watching this program, so let's try to keep it clean. Hold it. Whoa. Order. Order. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely understands that fiscal restraint is an important part of our fight against inflation. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we put forward in the budget in April, as recognized by S&P with our AAA credit rating. In fact, Canada is tied with the U.S. for the fastest rate of fiscal consolidation, of debt and deficit reduction in the G7. But, Mr. Speaker, I know that member opposite ran in the election last year, and I'd like to remind him that on the campaign trail, they actually proposed more spending, a bigger deficit than we did.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is stealing $350 million that it had promised our municipalities for green infrastructure and transit. It promised that in an agreement signed with Quebec, but it's gone back on its signature and is pocketing the money. The Bloc Québécois was already denouncing that betrayal, and today the Quebec Union of Municipalities and the Mayor of Montreal are also asking the same thing. They're asking for the signed agreement to be respected. Because if you sign an agreement and you don't send the money promised, that's theft. Will the government give the municipalities the $350 million that were agreed to? The Honourable Minister.
Mr.
Extend this for another year.
Okay, we seem to be having some technical difficulties. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to answer my colleague's question. We are staying in contact with the government of Quebec currently on a number of priorities, including the federal funding that my colleague mentioned. We will check and finalize the details of that federal funding to build on previous successes of our collaboration with the Quebec government. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts. Mr. Speaker, at committee 2 weeks ago, the minister said that Quebec wouldn't get any of the $350 million. And Ottawa didn't just steal that money, it also unilaterally moved forward the deadline by 2 years, the deadline for infrastructure projects, which means that Quebec only has 9 months to rush to submit applications for the $4 billion that it has a right to. If not, Ottawa will do the same thing. It will pocket the $4 billion. And too bad for our towns and municipalities with their infrastructure needs and in fighting climate change. That will just go down the drain. So will the government correct this betrayal and respect the agreement? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the agreement. The agreement that Quebec signed actually agreed to put forward the projects that they wanted to see us support and make a priority. We would love to see the infrastructure dollars identified for Quebec get out the door. But Mr. Speaker, is the member opposite actually suggesting that there are no infrastructure needs in all of Quebec over the next 3 years? I would suggest that there are significant needs that Quebec could put forward that Quebecers would love to see us contribute to. And we hope that the Quebec government will honor their agreement and put forward those priorities so we can get these funds out the door and contribute.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The last time inflation was this high, the Prime Minister's father was in office. A recent Ipsos poll reveals that 72% of Canadian families with kids are worried about putting food on the table. And Food Banks Canada is reporting that 23% of Canadians are eating less than they should due to rising food costs. There are many great family traditions, but making Canadians poor shouldn't be one of them. When will this government learn from the past and fix inflation before it gets worse?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely recognize that affordability is a real challenge for many Canadian families. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we are so glad that in this year's budget and in last year's budget, we put in place affordability measures that are coming on tap now, that are supporting Canadian families today in meaningful ways. Let me talk about the Canada Workers Benefit. This is for our most vulnerable working poor, $2,400 arriving starting in April.
For Regina Louvan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as my father always said, Trudeau times were tough times back in the 80s, Mr. Speaker. So we have the highest inflation rate since 1983 at 7.7%. We've heard the tired old talking points, and we know this finance minister's only solution is to increase spending and raise taxes. That is simply not working. Now more than 72% of Canadians are finding it hard to make their paycheck last till the end of the month, Mr. Speaker. This government only cares about their rich friends and elitist donors, and they really are out of touch with the realities of families across Saskatchewan. Isn't that the truth, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, when I grew up, the saying was actually Tory times are tough times. And that's what Canadians in the prairies understand. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Let me tell you what is out of touch. What is...
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm having a hard time hearing, and I've got speakers on all sides of me here, and it's being very tough to hear. So I'm just going to ask everybody to calm down. I know, by the sounds of it, everybody wants to get back to the part of the country that they come from so that they can be with their constituents. So let's see if we can get this done peacefully and nicely so that we can all go off and say goodbye for the summer. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you. So let me tell you what is really out of touch. What is out of touch is not to understand that the single most important thing for the vast majority of Canadians is to have a job. And that is why we will never apologize for a relentlessly jobs-focused approach to the post-COVID recovery. 117% of jobs recovered compared to just 96% in the U.S., Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The Liberals want to make inflation about international events beyond their control. They blame Russia for the rising costs of food and gas. They blame travelers for their airport mess. They blame Canadians for waiting too long to renew their passports. They blame individual complexities for the immigration backlog. Skyrocketing housing, not their fault either. The government is quick to take credit when things are good and blame everyone else when Canadians are struggling. Can anyone on the other side answer a basic question or at least tell us when they plan on bringing people back to work to fix their chaos?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
I think the member opposite owes the hard-working public servants an apology, because when it comes to Service Canada, they have been back in the office 4 months serving Canadians. These are the same people who delivered 9 million Canadians.
Shame on you!
I'm going to have to wait a moment. Please let me know when we can continue. I think we can continue. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite owes the hard-working public servants an apology, because they have been working day in and day out to serve Canadians. I understand that Canadians are frustrated. There are a lot of challenges right now, and this government is working hard to serve them. The only thing I can conjure from that member's response is that unlike hardworking people across this country, when the members of Parliament, Conservative members of Parliament were working from home, they weren't working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, I just want to remind everyone that I know tensions are high and everybody is looking forward to getting out of this place, but please be judicious when we use our words. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this year, planting season was stressful and uncertain for our agricultural producers. The increase in the cost of inputs limited their capacity to invest in their operations. Given the context, can the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food tell this House about the latest measures implemented to help our farmers? Thank you very much. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have good news for farmers today. I would like to announce that we will increase the interest-free portion of the advance payments program for 2 years. That represents an increase in the threshold from 100,000 to 250,000.
We will increase the interest-free portion of the advance payment program from $100,000 to $250,000. This will represent $61 million back in the pocket of farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
RCMP Superintendent Campbell's notes reveal Commissioner Luckey told the RCMP that she had promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office the force would disclose which firearms were used in the mass shooting to advance the government's pending gun control legislation. Former RCMP Commissioner Paulson says Superintendent Campbell, quote, is one of the best investigators in the force and a highly reliable officer with tremendous integrity. You won't find a practicing police officer who will speak ill of Darren Campbell, end quote. Speaker, does the Minister believe Superintendent Campbell?
Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe you won't find a former police officer that will speak ill of him either, and I'm not speaking it in any way. But, Mr. Speaker, I would point the members as well to the Commissioner's statement in which he said it's important to note that the sharing of information and briefings with the Minister of Public Safety are necessary, particularly during a mass shooting event. And she said, I take the principle of police independence extremely seriously, and it has been and will continue to be fully respected. Mr. Speaker, there was no interference in this case.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
RCMP Superintendent Campbell is an honest officer with a solid reputation. Former commissioners, deputy commissioners, and other RCMP veterans from across Canada are speaking up to defend the man's character. Campbell's notes show that his team of investigators were under political pressure and interference from Brenda Lucki on behalf of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety. But this Ottawa gang have all denied they meddled in the most tragic crime in Nova Scotia's history. It's never the crime, it's always the cover-up. Someone is lying, and it's not Campbell. Is it Lucki, the Prime Minister, the former Minister, or all three?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we make no comment whatsoever in a conversation between the Commissioner and her subordinates, and I have no reason and will not and have not questioned the Superintendent's integrity. But, Mr. Speaker, I would remind my colleagues that there is an independent public inquiry currently underway in Nova Scotia, the Mass Casualty Commission. These issues of how communications were done are being addressed, and where witnesses will be called to testify under oath. Mr. Speaker, the Mass Casualty Commission and their work is important to the families and victims of victims' families in Nova Scotia, and we support their important work.
Well, Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mark Norman, Jody Wilson-Raybould, Darren Campbell. What do they all have in common? They spoke truth to power and their reputations were attacked, but not before the Liberals gaslit Canadians about their underhanded role in manipulating the criminal justice system. In Campbell's case, the Prime Minister, the former Minister, and the RCMP Commissioner are staying true to form. They've all lined up a fall guy, but Canadians won't buy it this time. When will the good guys stop paying the price? And when will the Liberals stop manipulating the criminal justice system to suit their crass political self-interest?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would state that any claim of any criticism of Superintendent Campbell is just crass political self-interest from the member opposite. There's been no criticism of Superintendent Campbell. Just a simple statement of fact, Mr. Speaker. And the simple statement of fact is that there was no interference in this case. The Commissioner has confirmed it, and there was no interference, no pressure, no promises.
Once again, I just want to remind the honourable members that accusing people of, or someone, I can hear the shout coming out, and it's easy to narrow into about 3 or 4 voices. And one in particular, I don't want to hear that accusation again. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long and proud history of welcoming newcomers with open arms. There are several amazing organizations in my riding of Richmond Hill that provide support services to help people settle into their new communities. It takes immense bravery to move to a new country, and while this choice is typically made by adults, we know that newcomer children and youth can also be deeply impacted. This is especially the case for young people who arrive to Canada as refugees. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship tell us what actions are being taken to ensure the newcomer children and youth have access to culturally sensitive mental health supports?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, who I would note is a champion for mental health and has been since the day that I've met him. Children who are fleeing war are amongst the most vulnerable people in the world. I'm so pleased to share that earlier this week I was able to announce that through a partnership with the Kids Help Phone, they're going to be providing services in Pashto, Dari, Ukrainian, and Russian for the newcomers from Afghanistan and Ukraine who are seeking services and need mental health supports in our communities. I'm so proud because this is part of a $2 million project over the next couple of years that's going to see the Kids Help Phone expand their services into over 100 different languages to serve Canadians and newcomers to our communities. I'm so proud of this investment, and once again want to thank my colleague for his advocacy for mental health, in particular for refugee children in Canada.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals should never have bought the Trans Mountain Pipeline. It threatens our climate and our coasts, and now the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the government's own watchdog, has confirmed it will lose money. Unbelievably, the Liberals promised to use the profits from TMX to fight the climate crisis. But now what's their excuse? Losing money isn't a plan to fund climate action. This pipeline has always been a lose-lose for Canadians and a failure for the Liberals. So why does the Prime Minister keep doubling down on this economic and environmental boondoggle?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we know how important it is to get our resources to market and to get fair value for them. And Russia's war in Ukraine is yet another reason Canada needs to be concerned about energy security for ourselves and for our allies. The government does not intend to be the long-term owner of this project. A de-investment process will be initiated once the project is more advanced, de-risked, and critically, when consultations with Indigenous peoples are concluded.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, fuel costs continue to soar. Inflation and food prices are at their highest in 40 years. With Canadians facing unprecedented struggles to get by, the government reverts to re-announcement of programs. Mr. Speaker, government smoke and mirrors won't pay the mortgage or rent, nor does it put food on the table. Will the government eliminate its disgraceful triple-dipping tax on gas? President Biden has asked for a 3-month federal gas tax holiday. Has this government clued in on this? Is it going to do anything?
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question, because it gives me a chance to talk to Canadians about the measures that we have in place to help them with affordability. This year, there will be a $500 payment to help Canadians who are facing challenges with housing affordability, because we know that that is a real challenge for many. This year, the OAS is going to increase by 10%. That means seniors 75 and older will get an additional $815, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today for question period. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of Air India Flight 182. I now invite the honourable members to rise. Si. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now...
Monsieur Small, à l'amendement sur la motion portant deuxième lecture 21. Call in the members.
And the cabinet ministers all leave before the vote.
The question is on the sub-amendment. Mr. Menticino, seconded by Mrs. Saint-Onge, moved that Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, be now. May I dispense? Okay, very good. Okay, sorry, now I start doing this one. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Barrett, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word. May I dispense? Very good, thank you. Mr. Small, seconded by Mr. Lawrence, moved the following sub. May I dispense? Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically. May I dispense that? No, I don't think so. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Dentel. Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Ms. Lewis. Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis. Haldeman Norfolk.
You gotta come out tonight.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Going back to Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam for Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam for Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. McDonald, Malpeque.
Mr. McDonald, Malpeque.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame, Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Collins, Victoria.
Ms. Collins, Victoria.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McPherson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. The electronic vote. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Bendayan.
Je vote contre.
Est-ce que vous pouvez répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Je vote contre.
Contre. Madame Bendayan, contre, against.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
You know what? That was pretty opposite.
Yeas pour 115, 115. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. Thank you. The question on the next question is on the amendment. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Very good. Okay. I'll just finish off and then. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Mr. Barrett. May I dispense? Thank you. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request the Honourable Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, while wishing Quebecers a very happy national holiday, I can tell you that there is unanimous consent that Liberals will vote no to this amendment.
Conservatives agree to apply and will be voting in favor of the motion.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will apply for no.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply and will be voting nay.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oui, monsieur. Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree to apply and I vote nay.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply results of the previous vote voting against.
Very good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 115, 115. 115. Nays, contre, 206, 206.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the motion defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. La question est la suivante.
Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Mrs. Santonge, moved.
Huh? Okay, very good. No. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable whip du gouvernement.
The Honorable Government Whip.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House... Order. I'm sorry. The Honorable Government Whip.
Warm best wishes to you, Mr. Speaker, and all colleagues. I believe that if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the result from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting yes.
The Honorable Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Conservatives agree to apply the vote and will be voting against the motion.
L'Honorable...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will apply the vote and votes nay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agreed to apply the vote and will be voting in favour.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Greens agreed to the application of the vote and will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to apply the results of the previous vote, voting in favor.
The table will now compile the votes. There we go.
Thank you.
Nays, pour, 206, 206. Nays, contre, 115, 115.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. And I believe we have a Thursday question. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you'll be glad to know, and I'm sure the pages will be glad to know, that I am cleaning out my desk.
Moment. Order! 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 We're all very excited to go back to our constituents, but the Honourable Opposition House Leader has some very important questions to ask, and we want to make sure that we all hear it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
I do, Mr. Speaker, and as I said, you'll be glad to know that I have been cleaning out my very messy desk, and I'm sure the pages will be glad to hear that as well. Mr. Speaker, before my Thursday question, I just want to say on behalf of our entire Conservative family how great it is to see you after what you went through. Your health is returning, your strength is returning, certainly your voice is returning, Mr. Speaker, which is good. But we're glad that you're on your way to much better health. And I do want to thank... I also want to thank your deputy and your assistant deputies as well. Certainly our clerk's staff, the clerk himself, our administration staff, and everyone who supports the work that we do here in Parliament. I know that it's been a difficult couple of years, but I do want to say thank you. The cleaners, the cooks, the bus drivers, PPS, everybody for doing such a great job. So thank you to all of them. Mr. Speaker, and if you allow me some time to personally say thank you to my constituency staff back in Barrie Innisfil, my Hill staff here, and also our House Leader staff. I took over this position at the beginning of February. I want to thank all of my staff in my House Leader's office for supporting me and the work that we can do on behalf of our colleagues. We simply could not do this without their help and certainly without their guidance, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the Honourable Government House Leader, can he tell this House and tell Canadians what the business of the House will be? Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me wish my colleague opposite and indeed every member of this House a very joyful and safe summer. I hope that everyone's able to spend time with their families and recharge, spend time with their constituents and the people that they love and the relationships that they care about, and we come back rested and recharged to work with one another in the fall. Mr. Speaker, let me echo the comments of the opposition House Leader in saying how wonderful it is to see you in such fine form. I hope that you as well will enjoy the summer. I want to thank you to you and your entire team. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the clerk of the House for his work, the table officers, the interpreters, the pages, the people who work in the different branches of House administration, the Parliamentary Protective Service, and indeed all of the staff who so ably serve this place day in, day out to make sure that we can do our jobs. We're incredibly humbled by the work that they do. I want to thank on our side the incredible teams that the Whip and myself are supported by in the Whip's office and the House Leader's office, the incredible staff that we have, and indeed all the staff that support every member of Parliament and the functions that they do. We all owe all the staff who work for us an enormous debt. We know that it's an incredible sacrifice they make for all of us each and every day. Mr. Speaker, I lastly will say that I moved, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that pursuant to the order made Monday, May 2nd, 2022, the House do now adjourn until Monday, September 19th, 2022.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Monsieur Lamoureux, move that pursuant to order made on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, the House do now adjourn until Monday, September 19th, 2022. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Government House Leader. No? Okay. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I request that that be adopted on division.
Agreed? Agreed. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until Monday, September 19th, 2022 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28-2-24. I want to take this opportunity to wish everyone a wonderful summer. Hopefully you spend it with family, friends, and your constituents. And we look forward to seeing you in September again. Merci beaucoup à vous tous. Je vous souhaite un bon...
Thank you very much to all of you. Have a great summer.
I mean, I'll be saying so.
Thank you.